Hold on. Good morning, we're in the record. Good morning. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2-571 et seq. Of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board. This meeting is being conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2-577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABCA's website and on the District Central meeting calendar. The notice includes the time, date, agenda, and a call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting is being hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairperson of the board. I would like to introduce the other members of the board who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your names. Mr. Silas Grant,
Silas Grant, present.
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn,
Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, present.
Mr. David Meadows,
Good morning, Mr. David Meadows, present.
Mr. Ryan Jones.
Ryan Jones, present.
The board has 5 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these meetings is understood by everyone. There are 5 cases that we have on this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case has not been heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today, it's show cause hearing status. Case number 2425100022, Noble Liquor and Tobacco, license number 122910. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Good morning. Anthony Cello, your access has been elevated, and we have a call-in user. I'm going to see if this is the licensee.
Or that's fine.
I just sent them a request to unmute. Call-in user, please identify yourself.
Rashad Flowers.
No, this is the wrong case. What case are you here for?
Chocolate City Wellness.
All right, so that's later on. That's later on this morning, sir. So we'll call that shortly. So just we'll mute you until we call that case. All right, thanks. All right. Good morning, Mr. Cello. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, and THONYCELO. Good morning, Mr. Chair.
Good morning. I see the licensee is not here. However, at show cause hearing status, the licensee there are no requirements. This matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 29th at 10:30 a.m. Just would like to remind the parties that 5 days before the hearing, I'm sorry, 7 days before the hearing, the parties are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses 7 days before the hearing, the board is empowered to prevent that side on relying on documents that have not been previously disclosed. All right, thank you, sir.
And
All right.
Mr. Chair,
The next case on our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00036. The Mayflower Club Zebby's Garden, license number 116450. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the licensee in this case?
Good thing. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated, and that appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning. Mr. Seller, can you please identify your... He disappeared. What happened to... Yeah, what happened to Mr. Seller?
Apologies. He's elevated.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Seller. I looked up and it's like, okay, what happened? Anyway, good morning again, sir. Can you please identify yourself for the record?
Assistant Attorney General Anthony Cello, ANTHONYCELO.
Good morning. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Cameron Mixon, counsel for the respondent, CAMERON MIXON.
Good morning, sir. All right. Are there any preliminary, Mr. Seller, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
No, not in this case. OSU terms have been discussed, but no agreement has been met yet.
All right, thank you. All right, unless this matter is settled, this matter then is scheduled for a show cause hearing on October 29th at 10:30 a.m. Again, would like to remind the parties that 7 days prior to the hearing, they are required to disclose documents and witnesses that will be relied upon at the hearing. Failure by either side to disclose documents and witnesses to the other side and also provide a copy to the agency, unless reasonable cause is shown, the board is empowered to prevent that side to rely on documents that have not been that were not timely disclosed. Any questions, Mr. Sila?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
All right, thank you then. Have a great day. All right. The next case in our calendar, show cause hearing, case number 25CC00002. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case?
Just to confirm, this is for privilege?
Yes, this is for
Okay.
privilege.
Sure. Alicia Hogan-Miller, your access has been elevated. Investigator George Garcia, access elevated. And that appears to be all, Chairman.
Okay, thanks.
Actually, there's a call-in user I'm going to elevate just to see.
No, the call-in user, I believe it's for chocolates.
No, there's a 301 number.
Oh, it's a different person. I apologize.
No problem. Call-in user, please identify yourself.
Can you guys hear me?
What case are you here for, sir?
For privilege, yes, sir.
Okay, good. All right. Okay. Ms. Hogan-Miller, good morning. Can you identify yourself for the record by spelling and stating your name?
Good morning, Assistant Attorney General Alicia Hogan-Miller, ALYCIA HOGENMILLER, on behalf of the government.
Good morning. Call-in user, can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship to this case?
Shawakano Itana, I'm the owner.
Can you spell your name, please, sir?
SHEWAKENAW, last name ETANA.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Ms. Hogan-Miller, this is show cause hearing status, are there any, show cause hearing, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Mr. Atana, any preliminary matters you wish to bring to the attention of the board, sir?
Yeah, I mean, basically, if I have to explain the whole situation,
All right,
is
hold
this?
on. We're gonna have a full hearing, sir, so you'll have an opportunity,
Okay.
because you'll have a full opportunity. I would have preferred. Are you able to be on camera, sir?
Let me see if I can. I'm not sure.
Mr. Oriana, can you please put the link in the chat? Since we're gonna have, I would like to see him if he's gonna testify.
Or 1 sec.
On the chat, sir, there is you can log in, and I would prefer if you, if possible, if you come on camera, sir.
To download, I think I don't have the webinar. Let me see if I can download. What's the meeting ID number? Meeting number or URL? I think I need to put the URL. Training. There was a problem connecting the audio. I
Well,
probably need to hang up.
I'm sorry. Let me ask you. Let me ask you a question, Mr. Atana. This is there's 3 charges in this case. Sale to minor, sale to ascertain legal drinking age, and the 3rd charge is fail to provide video footage. Are you contesting? Are you contesting the charges here?
I know the Attorney General offered me for the first 2 charges, basically. But the video footage at the time,
Hold on, sir. So, are you saying that? So, are you accepting the? Are you in agreement with what the Attorney General had provided to you for the first 2 charges?
if
Are
I
you
can
contesting
separately
that?
do those 2 charges, no, I don't contest, honestly, if I can separate from
Okay, so
the 3rd charge.
okay, so you're not, all right. So you're not contesting it. So you are agreeing that you're guilty. And I guess let me ask the government. It appears that the government had offered an offer and compromise for charge 1, charge 2. Are the terms that were provided to the licensee are um are those the same terms that the government is moving forward today?
Chairperson, the government at this time is not able to split the OIC. We would accept if Mr. Atana accepts liability for the first two charges and only present evidence for the third charge.
No, that's not. That's what I'm saying. So maybe I said it incorrectly. So I guess the terms, in a sense, that if he was to accept that he was guilty of the infraction, is it the government's position that they would still propose that the penalty would be a warning that was provided? I'm just saying if is that still the government's position today?
The government plans to request at the end of the hearing that the board find it in the government's favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute, yes.
All right. So, Mr. Atana, so your position then is that you want to contest the third charge, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I
All right,
mean,
so all right, no, we can. This is what I'm going to do then. What we'll do is that for charge 1 and charge 2, in this particular case, the applicant is not, the licensee is not contesting it, and so therefore he said that he's not contesting it, and so um so he's not contesting it. So therefore we should just have evidence, we should just have testimony on charge 3, and the board will then make a determination on whether or not what fine, if any, we will do for charge 3. And so therefore so the way it will go, Mr. Tana, is that the government will present call their witnesses and their evidence on charge 3, and you will have an opportunity to cross-examine the witness and then give your explanation of charge 3. Is that fine, sir?
yes, sir.
Okay. All right.
So the first two will be still, I will be accepting what they offer me, right? Is that still?
All right. So for the first two charge, are you agreeing that you are guilty of the infraction? Is that correct, sir? That's correct that you stated that you're guilty of the infraction for both charge 1 and charge 2.
Well, I mean, I can't challenge that because I do have security outside to monitor obviously everybody enter the venue, they ask to show their ID,
All right, sir.
and security failed to do so.
Hold on.
Yeah.
This is not debating. It's either yes or
Okay.
no. It's either yes or
Yeah.
no. Okay, fine. So yes. So you have basically agreed that you are guilty of the infraction for charge 1 and for charge 2, and where we are is that we're not gonna the law basically states that for those infractions you can get a warning, and so the parties have agreed that we'll provide you a warning for both charge 1 and charge 2, and we're contesting charge 3. So we're going to just have testimony and evidence on charge 3, so you can give your explanation on why you believe that you are innocent of charge 3. Okay?
Okay. Okay, sir.
All right. I hope I didn't convolute this, Ms. Oga-Miller. Okay. But so with this truncated version of this hearing, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. The government has brought 3 charges today related to privilege accepting fake IDs from and selling alcohol to underage patrons at its establishment. The first charge is the establishment sold an alcoholic beverage to a person under 21 years of age. The second charge is the establishment failed to take steps to ascertain whether a patron was of legal drinking age. And 3, the establishment failed to produce video footage within 48 hours. The establishment has accepted responsibility for the first 2 charges. You will hear today from ABCA investigator George Garcia about the third charge. He will testify about why he went to Privilege that night. Because ABCA received a complaint that Privilege was knowingly accepting IDs from underage patrons. Investigator Garcia will testify about his investigation into this complaint and about how that night he found and confiscated 20 fake IDs. He will also testify about how, as part of his investigation, he requested video footage from that night from Privilege, about how he followed up on that request, and despite that, privilege failed to produce the video evidence. Based on that, the government will have proven its case by substantial evidence and ask that the board find on that charge and ascertain a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
All right, fine, thanks. All right, so what we will do is that we'll have the government call its witness, and then Mr. Tana, once the government, you'll have an opportunity of, the government is going to call its witness, Mr. Garcia. You will have an opportunity to ask questions of Mr. Garcia. Once that's done and the government has rested its case, then you can provide whatever then you'll have an opportunity to present your case, and at that time I will swear you in, and you can provide whatever explanation that you wish to provide. Do you understand, sir?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, Ms. Miller.
The government calls ABCA investigator George Garcia.
Mr. Garcia,
Hello.
can you raise your right hand, please? You swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, ma'am.
Good morning, investigator. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
George, George, Garcia, Garcia.
Where are you currently employed?
At the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration.
Can I shorten that to ABCA?
Yes,
What is your position with ABCA?
I'm an investigator.
How long have you been an investigator?
A little over 6 years now.
What are your duties and responsibilities as an ABCA investigator?
We conduct inspections and investigations of licensees within the District of Columbia.
Now, turning to the case today, are you familiar with the establishment located at 1115 U Street Northwest, Washington, D.C., Privilege?
Yes.
How are you familiar with this establishment?
I conducted a 251 investigation on the establishment.
And did you go to that establishment as part of your investigation?
I did.
What day did you go to the establishment?
My initial date that I visited the establishment was February 9th,
In what year?
2025.
And why did you visit the establishment that day?
We received a complaint that the establishment was allowing minors to consume alcoholic beverages on the establishment, and were allowing minors with fraudulent IDs into the establishment.
When you went on February 9th, did you go inside the establishment?
I did.
What did you do, or what did you observe once you were inside the establishment?
I observed multiple patrons who appeared to be under the age of 21.
And what did you do in response to observing patrons who appeared to be under 21?
So first off, I made contact with the ABC manager or the owner of the establishment, and I advised them that I was going to be doing compliance checks with their assistance.
What is a compliance check?
That's just saying that I'm going to be checking random patrons' IDs of those who look under the age of 21.
Did you conduct those compliance checks?
I did.
What was the result of the compliance check?
I confiscated about 20 fraudulent IDs and the establishment.
How did you know that they were fraudulent?
I utilized the system that my agency was authorized to use called IntelliCheck.
Okay. Board's indulgence. Okay, I'm now going to show you a document marked as Government's Exhibit A for identification.
Can you allow Ms. Miller to share her screen, please?
Access granted.
Thank you.
Do you recognize what I'm showing you as Government's Exhibit A?
I do.
What is this document?
It's my report I drafted on the establishment.
Mr. Chairperson, the district would like to note for the record that Government's Exhibit A, the February 9th, 2025 case report for privilege, is already in evidence pursuant to 23 DCMR 1713.10.
You are correct. Yes.
Thank you. Investigators, part of your investigation, did you request any information from the establishment?
Yes, I requested video footage from the establishment.
What day did you request the footage?
On February 15th,
Who did you request the footage from?
from Mr. Mr. Atana himself, along with his wife.
After February 15th, did you receive the video footage?
I did not.
And what day did you want the video footage from?
From February 9th, from 1 a.m. to 2 a.m.
Did you speak with Mr. Atana again at any point about the video footage?
Yes, I contacted him on February 15th.
Did you contact him again at any point after February 15th?
Yes, I did. February 26th.
What was his response on February 26th?
I tried multiple times via phone, but all attempts, it was unsuccessful.
After February 26th, did you receive the video footage?
No.
Thank you, investigator. I have no further questions.
Mr. Atana, do you have any questions of Mr. Garcia?
To respond or just a question?
He just testified, sir, so do you have any specific questions of him based on his testimony?
Well, basically, I don't know if I have to reply to the minor issues.
It's not
No,
it's
okay.
no. This is about the video. He just testified
video.
that he requested videos from you and you did not provide. That's his testimony. Do you have any specific questions you want to ask him about his testimony, sir?
Honestly, no. It's just had to respond to the video footage situation. No.
Okay, so you have no questions of him.
Yeah.
Any board members have any questions of Mr. Garcia regarding his testimony? Okay. All right. Mr. Garcia, thank you for your testimony. All right. Ms. Hogemill, do you have another witness you wish to call?
No, the government rests its case.
All right. Thank you. Mr. Atana, one of the reasons I wanted to see you, but all right. So can you raise your right hand, please, sir? Let me know when your hand is raised.
It's raised.
Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so this basically is just about the video. Okay, that's all this is all that this is the only portion of the case that's contested. So what is it that you need to say? So and just keep in mind that whatever you state, that Ms. Hogan Miller will have an opportunity to cross-examine you. Okay, sir?
Sure.
Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, as he requested, we're trying to see if the videos footage is there. Unfortunately, that was the day that we find out the recording is not recording at all. It took us almost 2 months to fix it, and the person who actually originally installed the camera, it was hard for us to get a hold of him. But it took us a while just to fix it why it's not recording. And he says I guess it's full, and then we have to replace the I don't know what you call the hard drive. That was the issue. It's not like I deny or didn't want to do it. I mean, at the end of the day, they did their job, and obviously we failed to. Our security failed to basically do their job, and I can't challenge on that. Just I didn't have the footage to provide. That's the only reason, sir.
Do you have anything else you wish to say, sir, regarding that issue?
Say it again.
Do you have anything else you want to say regarding that issue, sir?
No, I don't have the footage. That's all, sir. Yeah.
All right, fine. Ms. Hogan Miller, do you have any questions of the witness?
No questions.
Any questions by the board members? Mr. Atana, let me ask you a question. This was in February. So are you able to record now with footage?
Yes, now, yes. Everything is fixed. It's good to go, yeah.
And as of when was the camera system fixed, sir?
Sometimes in June, I believe somewhere in June. when we couldn't get a hold of the person who installed the camera. He's the only one who really knows how to fix those issues. So yeah.
And how many cameras do you have in your establishment, sir?
We do have about 19.
And how long do you know whether or not how long is the system set up to maintain the recordings?
2 weeks.
2 weeks?
Yeah, rollover yesterday.
Are you aware of what the law requires regarding how long video needs to be available, sir?
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Are you aware that the recording is supposed to last for 30 days, sir?
30 days.
30 days, sir.
Yeah, I think it's ours is 2 weeks. I'm not sure. I can go back and check if it's 30 days. If it can hold 30 days. Last I heard, told me it's 2 weeks. So, but I can check again.
Well, sir, can you go and review the law and make sure that since you have camera, that you're complying with the law, sir?
Sure.
All right, Ms. Hogan-Miller, any questions of the witness based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No questions for me.
All right. You wish to make a closing statement?
Yes.
Go ahead, ma'am.
May it please the board. The government brought you 3 charges today. The first 2, the establishment has admitted liability on, so we'll focus on the third, failure to provide video footage. DC Code Section 25-823 A5E makes it a violation if an establishment interferes or fails to cooperate with an ABCA investigation by failing to produce requested documents or videos within 48 hours of the request. You heard today from ABCA investigator George Garcia. He testified about his investigation into the establishment, about the establishment accepting fake IDs from underage patrons, and that as part of his investigation, he requested videos from the night that he visited the establishment. Investigator Garcia testified that he spoke with the owner on February 15th, and that he didn't receive the video footage by February 17th, and that he also tried and failed to try to speak with the owner again on February 26th, and that he never received the video footage from that night. Today, we are hearing from the establishment that they weren't able to produce the video footage because the video was corrupted or that they weren't able to get it. That is not an excuse for the violation. And it is the establishment's duty to maintain the video footage and to alert ABCA once it knows that its video system is not recording or is not able and is not working. Mr. Otana has not testified to, and neither has Investigator Garcia, that the establishment ever notified ABCA that its system was not recording as it was required to do under the statute. Thus, privilege has violated this section, and the government asks that you find in its favor and apply a penalty consistent with the statute. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Atana, what is it that you wanted the board to do, sir? I mean, as part of your closing statements, just what is it you want the board to do, sir?
Yeah, I would like to board to give me a chance. Normally, we're doing a great job in basically checking ID to searching security wise. This for the last 4 years. We maintain it very well. It was just unfortunately that night our regular security didn't show up. We ended up with this incident. But I learned that night is that when officer requests for a camera, that's when we went in. You can see the camera, the footage you can see, but it just the recording part. We would never really know that it was not recording until actually that night, until the officer requested. But you know, I do feel. Honestly, I had no excuses, but it just I felt like if you guys can give me a chance now, the camera is working. I just actually find out, just text the camera guy. It does work, record for 30 days. My apologies earlier, I mislead you guys the 2 weeks, but it does hold for 30 days. But I'm just requesting if you guys can give me a chance, since now the camera footage is working, as our security is also back normal. That's all, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, sir. All right. The record is now closed. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25CC00002 privilege pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and 2, deliberating upon case number 25CC00002 privilege for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. As the matter has passed, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. Ms. Hogan-Miller and Mr. Tanner, thank you for being here today. The board will issue a decision in 90 days. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. The next case on our calendar is case number 25CC00005, Doobie District, license number 126751. This case has been rescheduled to November 5th at 10:30 a.m. The next case on our calendar is case number 25CC00021, Chocolate City Wellness. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the government, the licensee, and then witnesses?
Sure thing. Christopher Southcott, access elevated. Supervisor Investigator Jason Peru, access elevated. Kenneth Hopkins, access elevated. And I believe there was a call-in user.
Yes.
Access elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you.
Cameron Mixon needs to also have his access elevated.
All right, good morning, everyone. All right, Mr. Southcott, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
My name is Chris Southcott, first name CHRIS, last name S-O-E-T from DC's Office of General Representative.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Mixon, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, good morning, Chair, members of the board. Cameron Mixon, first name Cameron, C-A-M-E-R-O-N, last name Mixon, M-I-X-O-N, attorney with the Veritas Law Firm and counsel for the respondent.
And who's the respondent, Mr. Mixon?
That's Mr. Kenneth Hopkins, who's currently elevated on this call.
Mr. Hopkins, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Kenneth Hopkins, K-E-N-N-E-T-H, last name Hopkins, H-O-P-K-I-N-S.
And your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the owner of the establishment, sir.
All right, thank you. Good morning.
Good morning.
Mr. Southcott, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I just quickly like to note that the district has another potential witness in Nick McLean, who, if necessary, his access should also be elevated.
Okay, fine. Yes, he's elevated. Yes. All right. Any other matter? That's it.
No other preliminary matters from the district.
Any preliminary matters, Mr. Mixon?
And none from the respondent, Mr. Chair.
Oh, fine. All right, so this is a summary action proceeding, and so this takes the format of a show cause matter. And so let's, Mr. Safka, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. At issue here is an establishment that has violated the trust of the community. The evidence will show that Chocolate City Wellness, a licensed cannabis retail establishment, instead of dealing in the licensed product that is regulated and that it is authorized to sell, was instead selling unauthorized, unlicensed product that was unlabeled and untested. As a result of this violation of the public's trust, the establishment should be, or a summary closure and revocation proceeding was initiated against the establishment. The evidence will show that Chocolate City Wellness initially began operating in a manner consistent with the law when they first had their license, was purchasing product from the licensed testing facilities and having their sales properly reported in the metric seed to sale program. Over time, Chocolate City Wellness began engaging in a process where it was, rather than selling legal product, was selling unlicensed and untested product. The evidence will show that ABCA investigator Jason Peru initiated a undercover buy at the establishment wherein the undercover officer purchased a cannabis product containing cannabis flower that was unregulated and untested, yet flower that contained on its packaging stating that it was medical cannabis. The evidence will show that a second undercover buy occurred, this one conducted by MPD, with the same results of cannabis that had not been tested, but was nevertheless still labeled as cannabis, which was medical cannabis. Subsequently, the establishment was summarily closed, and in the closure of the establishment, a substantial amount of product was seized, the vast majority of which was illegal, unlicensed, untested product. I say the vast majority because not all of the product that was seized was unlicensed product. A very small percentage of it was product that was properly labeled and had been properly tested. But clearly, the evidence will show that Chocolate City Wellness was not carrying the product that it should have been and was instead carrying the vast majority of its items that it had on offer were unlicensed, unregulated cannabis products. As a result, Chocolate City's wellness constitutes an imminent harm to the health and safety of the public. By presenting themselves as a licensed establishment that is abiding by the rules and regulations that this agency has set up to ensure that medical patients are only receiving products that they know are products that have been tested and verified to only contain the cannabis that is needed for these individuals to ensure that they are being treated and having medical products that are safe for them to consume. Chocolate City Wellness instead was offering products that were unlicensed and untested and did not comply with the labeling requirements. As a result of Chocolate City Wellness's violation of this, Chocolate City is operating in a manner that is consistent with them presenting an imminent harm to the health and safety of the community. And so at the end of this hearing, the district will be asking that the board uphold the summary closure and the summary revocation of Chocolate City Wellness's license. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mixon, do you wish to make an opening statement or you defer until you present your case?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I do.
Which one? You defer or
I do wish to make an opening statement.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Chair, members of the board, our intention here today is to demonstrate that my client acknowledges its mistakes and is prepared to undertake any and all measures necessary to operate in a manner that does not present an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public. We understand that the district is seeking revocation of the respondent's license, but revocation is only appropriate when the board finds that activity identified as an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public is likely to recur. For the respondent, such activity will not recur. The respondent's aware of the gravity of the conduct that's resulted in this summary action and today's proceedings, and is committed to revising its methods of operation so that such conduct does not happen again. To that end, we've prepared a detailed remediation plan outlining the procedures respondent will implement in the management of its business and the training of its personnel to ensure that none of the imminent danger factors listed in DC Code Section 7-1671.08 recur. We ask that you review this document and take into account in making your decision, and we encourage you to impose any additional conditions, restrictions, or measures that you find necessary to conclude that the establishment is not in imminent danger and fit for continued licensure. In addition to these remedial measures, there's several other factors that we ask you take into account in rendering your decision. One, the challenging environment that medical cannabis retailers find themselves in our fledgling DC legal market, where currently less than 10 licensed cultivation centers exist to supply over 65 licensed retailers and internet retailers. Second, that the district's medical cannabis program is fundamentally premised on second chances, both in how it enabled previously illegal unlicensed operators to come into compliance as regulated licensed businesses, and in how it empowered those who'd previously been most harmed by the legal prohibition of cannabis to become licensed and operate as social equity applicants. This philosophy of second chances has defined the very structure of the medical cannabis program, where by statute, ABCA must issue at least 50% of its medical cannabis licenses to social equity applicants who, either personally or by familial relations, have had their lives impacted by the criminalization of cannabis. The licensee, Mr. Kenneth Hopkins, is one such returning citizen who has benefited from the social equity program, and as such, he's exactly the kind of operator that our licensing system was designed to give opportunities to. And with the exception of the mistakes that may have resulted in today's hearing, he's used that opportunity to run his business responsibly. As a review of the establishment's investigative history will show the establishment has sustained no violations since its licensure. And lastly, that Mr. Hopkins and his business are respected members of the DuPont Circle Connecticut Avenue Business Corridor, and that letters in support of the continued licensure and expressing the positive impacts that Mr. Hopkins has had on the community have been provided to the board from various business stakeholders who can attest to the positive contributions that he has made. We believe all this information is highly relevant to the board's consideration of whether Chocolate City Wellness ought to continue to have the ability to operate and to help achieve the goals of DC's medical cannabis program. While we cannot change or excuse the unfortunate mistakes that may have brought us here, the respondent is prepared to make the changes necessary to do better and is ready to accept whatever alternative penalties besides revocation that the board deems fitting. In light of the high likelihood that this respondent will correct its actions and not pose an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public in the future, we ask that you find respondent's conduct merits a regulatory violation and that you deny the district's request to revoke its license.
I guess the question, because this is do we need to go through a full hearing? So Mr. Mixon, is your client, are they contesting the facts of this case?
Some facts, if not all, Mr. Chair, and hoping to provide additional information that speaks to the establishment's capacity for remediation should it continue to be licensed.
No, I guess what I'm saying, I guess I'm trying to find, do we need to have a full hearing, or do we just have a hearing on whether or not the government could provide information on whether or not on whether or not we should maintain the closure, or what it is that what is being requested, or what is it that you're asking for us to do instead? So that's what I was just asking. If not, we'll go through the entire hearing in the sense that we'll call all the witnesses and with all the testimony and the like.
I think a full hearing would be appropriate.
Okay.
There may be some facts in dispute, if not all, and
Okay.
the opportunity to present as much information as possible.
All right, that's fine. Does the government wish to call a witness?
Yes, the government wishes to call Jason Peru.
Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Peru, could you state and spell your name for the record?
Yes, Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru, JASON PERU,
Where do you work?
at the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Administration, ABCA.
And you said that you're a supervisory investigator. What are your duties as a supervisory investigator?
To conduct investigations and inspections of licensed and unlicensed cannabis retailers in the district.
And how long have you been conducting those investigations and inspections of unlicensed and licensed cannabis retailers?
Cannabis licensed since 2020, unlicensed since 2024.
And in what ways have you worked with licensed cannabis establishments in the past?
It is my responsibility to conduct security inspections that would make sure that the facility meets the requirements for the statute in order to obtain their license, as I did for Chocolate City before they got issued their license.
I'll get to Chocolate City a little bit later, but right now I just want to establish some general background. So does ABCA publish a list of licensed cannabis establishments?
They do.
What does it mean if a cannabis retail establishment is on ABCA's list of licensed establishments?
That they receive their medical cannabis retail license from ABCA.
And what is required for an establishment to receive their medical cannabis retail license?
All retailers, once you meet the requirements, after you pass the application process, you pass the security inspection. Essentially, it means that you're a licensed medical retailer that's purchasing product from within DC from a medical cannabis retailer or manufacturer, and the product is tested by the DC lab.
And what is the importance of ensuring that products are tested by the DC lab?
For safety of the product being consumed, the medical program for patients to ensure that it's not doesn't contain contaminants or other additives that could be dangerous or unsafe.
And do you believe that ABCA publishing the list of licensed establishments conveys to consumers establishments that are safe for those consumers to consume cannabis products from?
Correct. It's a resource, yes.
And why is it important to let patients know whether an establishment is licensed?
Well, because we had a massive amount of illegal, unlicensed product that was in the city and illegal shops selling product that was brought in from unknown sources, and we came across product that had been tested positive for amphetamines and other unsafe drugs besides THC.
Have you closed any cannabis establishments that have sold unlicensed products that have had adulterants added to them?
I have.
How many summary closures of cannabis establishments have you been personally involved in?
I think it's up to 75 or 76.
Quite a few. I'd like to shift gears a little bit and talk about the metric seed to sale system. Can you explain what the metric seed to sale database is?
Yeah, Metrics is a company that is used nationwide by regulated markets that allows tracking of the plant and from the growth process in the licensed cultivator to the sale to the patient. So the plants are tagged in a cultivation center and assigned a number, a metrics tag number. It's a RFID tag. So that number stays with the plant once it is turned into product, whatever it becomes. If it becomes a vape cartridge or in oil, put into a gummy, that plant batch will always be with that, assigned to that. And when the product is then sold at retail, I could track back in that system to see where the product originated from. So hence the name's seed to sale.
And as part of that seed to sale program, does ABCA get information on when retail establishments sell cannabis products?
Yes, a few of us have administrative privileges with Metrics, meaning we see the back of the house. So all sales that are taking place live, all packaging that is in the facility live. we're able to see all of that. And those tools are used doing inspections at times.
So if a patient with a medical cannabis card purchased regulated cannabis from a licensed cannabis establishment, would that purchase be tracked in metric?
Correct.
Shifting gears slightly, what is ClearSight Labs?
They are the licensed medical testing laboratory in DC.
And the ClearSight Lab is registered with ABCA as a testing laboratory, correct?
Correct.
At this point in time, I would like to introduce what has been marked as government's Exhibit 3. If you could allow me to screen.
Mr. Oriana, please allow Mr. Southcott to share his screen.
I can.
Access granted.
Can everybody see this document?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Peru, do you or Supervisor Investigator Peru, do you recognize this document?
That's ClearSight Labs licensed, issued by ABCA.
And is there any other licensed testing laboratory in the district?
Not at this time.
So is it possible for a licensed cannabis establishment to sell regulated product that has not been tested by ClearSight?
It is not.
What is the importance of a testing laboratory as part of ABCA's regulation of cannabis products?
To ensure that safe product is being sold in the market to patients.
And you testified previously that there have been other, I think you mentioned amphetamines that have been added to cannabis that has been seized from unlicensed establishments. Is that correct?
Yes.
So would you say that there is a possibility that there are Schedule I substances that are found in untested cannabis products in the district?
Yes.
Do you believe that the sale of unlicensed products, or rather untested products, constitutes an imminent threat to the health and safety of the public?
Absolutely.
I'd like to shift gears to now talking about some background for Chocolate City Wellness. Are you familiar with an establishment known as Chocolate City Wellness located at 1723 Connecticut Avenue, Northwest in Washington, D.C.?
I am.
How are you familiar with them?
I did multiple visits and inspections and met with Mr. Hopkins, did walkthroughs with him, trying to get him prepared to be opened and obtain his medical cannabis retail license.
And when was the first time that you met with Mr. Hopkins?
Oh, I can't remember the dates. It was last year sometime when he contacted me saying he's preparing to try to get his facility ready. And I gave him walkthrough, gave him some guidance and suggestions on security measures, statute requirements for building a lobby and whatnot. And I was in contact with him on multiple occasions leading up to his final inspection.
Sorry, just backing up a second. I'm realizing that I didn't actually move to have Exhibit 3 entered into evidence. I would like to move to have Exhibit 3 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon, any objection? Mr. Mixon?
Apology, that's muted. No, Mr. Chair.
So we move Exhibit 3 into evidence. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Back on Chocolate City, approximately how many times, Supervisor Investigator Peru, have you been on the premises at Chocolate City Wellness?
Maybe half a dozen, maybe more.
Okay. Did Chocolate City Wellness ever eventually become a licensed cannabis retail establishment?
It did.
For how long has Chocolate City been a licensed retail establishment?
I believe November of last year or October of last year. I'm not sure exactly the date it was issued.
When Chocolate City Wellness first began operating in the district, was Chocolate City purchasing regulated cannabis product from licensed testing facilities?
To my knowledge, yes.
And can I see the purchases that Chocolate City made in the metric system?
Yes, there are. Yes.
And ABCA can also see the sales that Chocolate City has made in the metric system, correct?
Correct.
And so metric also tracks the regulated cannabis products Chocolate City Wellness purchase for sale, correct?
Correct.
At a certain point, did ABCA notice anything odd in the metric data for Chocolate City?
Yes, that sales numbers have declined, and the purchasing of product and bulk flour was less and less.
And how would you describe that decline? Would you say that it was a slight decline? Was it a very large decline?
It was a pretty big dip.
And why was that odd to notice a pretty big dip in the sale of their licensed product?
Well, consistently in the market, if you look at everybody's numbers, people start off slow and then slowly increase as they get a customer base. Chocolate City, contrary to what people believe in the market, they started off quite in the middle and quite strong, given their, in my opinion, given their following that they had. So their numbers jumping into the regulated market were much higher than a lot others that opened in their first month. So when I look at those numbers, and usually it's consistent, give or take from a little bit of fluctuation of a decline depending on the environment. However, when I see numbers drastically decline, it definitely draws concern of if the business is still open or if other activities are occurring that may cause that.
What other activities might cause that significant dip?
Well, one would be closure. Two would be, possible inability to purchase any more regulated product because the cost in a regulated market is so substantially higher than the illegal markets. And three would be that they would start to, in order to survive the market and afford the market, they would invert and start to sell a product that's non-regulated along with regulated product at the same time.
You use this term invert. What is inversion?
Essentially, mixing in legal product with illegal product.
And do you believe that the metric seed to sale numbers indicated that Chocolate City was engaging in inversion?
They appeared to be suspicious, yes, and required and initiated me to investigate.
As part of your investigation, did you decide to conduct an undercover buy at Chocolate City Wellness?
I did.
Have you coordinated undercover operations to purchase unregulated cannabis products before?
Over 100.
You've already answered my next question. What is your role in those operations?
I do my research. I set things up. I coordinate with the undercover asset that I'm going to use. I look at different things for safety and essentially using ABCA funds for undercover purchases. I will send somebody in to attempt to make a buy.
And was there a buy that occurred or rather, was there an undercover buy which occurred on the premises of Chocolate City Wellness?
There was a multiple buys, yes.
Did the buy that you first coordinated, did you memorialize that in a case report?
I did.
Would you recognize that case report?
I would.
I'm going to share my screen and pull up the case report for this establishment.
What exhibit is this, please?
This is this is not. I'm not treating this as its own exhibit, as the case report has already entered into evidence. There are exhibits that are contained within the case report treated as, but noting for the record that the case report is already considered part of the record for the district's regulations. So, Mr. Peru, is this the case report that you generated for Chocolate City Wellness?
It is.
And so was there an undercover buy that you coordinated which took place on August 28th, 2025?
Correct.
Could you describe what occurred, or what the process is for how you spoke with the undercover operator who's identified as the UC?
Yes, so he was instructed to enter the establishment as a customer and and to see if he could make a purchase of product. To be honest, the first thought is that they're not requiring medical registration of patients. But in this case, they did require medical registration of the UC. So the UC presented their medical card, and the UC was then allowed to enter the business.
And what happened when the UC entered the business?
He was greeted by employees, multiple employees were inside, and he was shown a menu of what products they had to offer.
And did the UC select an item from that menu?
He did. He selected, looking at the report here to remember my berry cream puff flour is what he purchased.
And what happened after the UC selected that product?
The UC, the individual retrieved the product from the back of the establishment that I know to be their vault secured room where they keep their inventory. The return with the product, paid for the product, and then exited the establishment.
After the UC exited the establishment, did you personally meet up with the UC?
Yep, I was. I'm always nearby, and the UC provided the product to me.
And what did you do with the product once you received it?
Brought it back to ABCA, secured it in evidence, and tested it.
And what did you test the product for?
If it was contained THC.
And did the product contain THC?
It did.
I'm going to scroll down in the case report to what was previously marked as, or what has been marked as Exhibit 1. Investigator Peru, do you recognize the stock or this photograph?
I do.
What is this photograph?
It's the product purchased. You can see this is me holding the product. I was sitting in the vehicle at the time right after the purchase occurred, and I took a picture of it.
Okay. I move to have Exhibit 1 entered into evidence.
Are you waiting for me, or I'm sorry?
Yes, or Mr. Mixon to note if he has any objection.
Mr. Mixon. Mr. Mixon.
Apologies, keep forgetting about the mute. No objections, Mr. Chair. As Attorney Southcott has said, this is already in the record.
All right, thank you. All right, so move.
Investigator Peru, in looking at this product, what does it say that the product is?
Medical cannabis, berry cream puff.
And does this product indicate that the cannabis has been tested by a licensed testing facility?
If I'm a customer and I see the word medical, I'm going to assume that. But
does the product itself indicate that it has in fact been tested by a licensed testing facility?
I'm sorry. No, there's no labeling that states that.
So does this product comply with the labeling requirements?
It does not.
Does this product comply with the testing requirements?
It does not.
So you, was there another undercover buy which took place at the establishment?
There was.
Who conducted the second undercover buy?
MPD Narcotics Unit.
And did that buy occur the next day on February 29th, 2025?
I believe so. I believe it happened. It was back to back. Yes, looking at the case report, yes, the next day.
Actually, I'm gonna back up a second. So you previously testified that the metric seed to sale program will track the sale of licensed cannabis products. Did you, after the first undercover buy occurred, did you check the metric seed to sale program and see if the purchase by the UC had been tracked in that system?
I did.
And how did you conduct that?
Being that I was in the field, I contacted our program analyst Nick McLean, and asked him to look up for me the last transaction that was made by Chocolate City in metrics. And he came back and told me that it was several days prior, on August 25th was the last recorded sale in metrics.
Is it so this product was not registered in the metric system, or this transaction rather was not registered in the metric system, correct?
Correct.
Is it odd to have the last metric transaction occur on August 25th, 2025, 3 days before the undercover buy?
Very unusual, unless the business was closed.
Was Chocolate City Wellness closed during that time period?
Not to my knowledge.
So I'll move on to the second undercover buy. So this buy was conducted by MPD, correct?
Yes.
And what was your role in this undercover buy?
I met with MPD. I described to them what had occurred, and I wanted to confirm that it wasn't just a one-time situation. And I gave them details about the transaction, and they conducted, using their UCs, an operation.
And what was the results of that undercover buy?
Positive result. The UC was made to register as a medical cannabis patient still. And then once inside, shown a menu. And then they selected, in their case, I believe it says zero gravity cannabis flower. Well, what they selected. They paid for the product. Product was retrieved from the back the same way it was doing my buy. And then they exited the establishment.
And I'm going to scroll down to what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 2, which is in the case report and is already in evidence. Apologies for the formatting on some of these pictures.
Yeah.
Of wildly
Sorry
different
about
sizes. Can you see Exhibit 2?
I can, yes.
Where did or how did you receive this photograph?
MPD provides me with the information on the buy and a summary after the transaction took place.
And is this the back of the product that is pictured in the first image?
It is.
And what does that product say?
Well, medical cannabis, zero gravity on the front, and Chocolate City Wellness on the back.
And does the undercover, or is this the same packaging in terms of what packaging on the back for Chocolate City Wellness that the first undercover buy had?
Yes, packaging was the same. Yes.
And for both of these products, does this product state the source of the cannabis?
Does not say the source and does not contain any metrics, labeling, or tags.
Are there safety concerns for licensed establishments selling improperly labeled cannabis products?
Oh, absolutely.
What are those safety concerns?
Product that is not what it says that it is, containing contaminants or dangerous add-ins that could cause death, up to death, to medical conditions or severe medical problems.
Can an establishment purchase regulated product and repackage that product?
Yes, they can.
Does the repackaging have to comply with the with the labeling requirements?
It does.
Was this product tested by a registered testing lab?
No, it was not.
How can you tell?
Well, it wasn't in metrics. I contacted the lab and asked about those particular strains, if anything had come through that was anything close to what and we had purchased, and they stated no. So
Was the items in exhibit number 2, do you know if this product was tested for the presence of THC?
Yes, MPD conducts a field test, yes.
And what was the results of MPD's field test?
Positive result as well.
Okay. Scrolling back to the case report. And did NPD notified you of the results of that positive test result?
Correct, the same day, yes.
And did you also check with program analyst Nick McLean about whether the second UC sale had been tracked in the metric system?
I did.
And had that product been tracked in the metric system?
It was not.
Based on the results of these undercover buys, did ABCA initiate a summary closure proceeding?
I did. I wrote the case report and submitted it for closure.
And was there a summary closure operation that occurred at Chocolate City Wellness?
There was. MPD obtained a search warrant and along with my closure notice, and we executed both on the same day.
And what was the date of that closure?
You have to forgive me. There's too many in between. I can't, unfortunately, I cannot remember the precise date.
Why don't I, if you were to, if I can refresh your memory. I'm going to pull up what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 8. I would like for you to just take a second and look at this document and see if this document refreshes your memory as to what the date was of the summary closure which occurred at Chocolate City Wellness. I can make the document larger if that's easier.
Yeah, no, I was just looking at, because this is the summary that MPD sends to me once all the inventory and evidence is processed. I was just sometimes it's sent to me the next day, but this looks like it was sent to me the day of Wednesday, September 10th, is what it says.
Okay. And so have you conducted summary closure operations before?
Yes.
Approximately how many summary closure operations have you conducted?
About 75, 76.
And could you walk me through what happened during the summary closure, which took place on September 10th, 2025 at Chocolate City Wellness?
Sure. It's essentially it's handled as a warrant, right? MPD has the warrant. A search warrant is obtained. Therefore, the premises is entered either by force or let in, if not being let in, and the premises is searched thoroughly, secured for safety individuals, and then once that happens, a full search is conducted, searching for any contraband items and looking for any illegal, unlicensed cannabis products, and essentially trying to look for the product that we possibly that we purchased doing undercover buys.
And did you take photographs of product that was discovered inside of Chocolate City Wellness?
I did.
During the execution of the summary closure, did you have any conversations with the staff of Chocolate City Wellness?
Well, the staff was, most of the staff was very quiet. They all knew me from my previous visits, you know, from them getting their license and coming by and meeting and greeting all of them. So really they didn't have much to say. A couple staff members implied that they didn't know what was going on, that they didn't know the product was not tested or not from the legal market. But at the end of the day, I just essentially made an announcement to everybody in that room, all the staff members, letting them know what was happening, why it was happening, and left it at that.
During the summary closure, was there any regulated cannabis product that was found inside the establishment?
Very little. I think I took a picture of it. It was maybe 5 or 6 packages that were remaining of legal product.
I'm going to share my screen with what has been marked as Exhibit 4. Supervisor Investigator Peru, is this the photograph that you were just discussing?
It is.
And did you take this photograph?
I did.
I move to have Exhibit number 4 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon.
No objections, Mr. Chair.
Without objection.
Investigator Peru, what do you see in this photograph?
That's a district cannabis, one of the known licensed distributors in DC. They're a cultivator and a manufacturer, and I see their products.
And approximately how many products are contained in this photograph?
2, 4. I see 6, 7, I believe.
And was this all of the licensed cannabis products, or rather regulated cannabis products that were located at the time that the summary closure occurred?
Yes.
I'd like to zoom in on these products a little bit more so that you can see what's going on. Does this product comply with the labeling requirements of licensed establishments?
It does.
How does it comply with the labeling requirements?
Well, the packaging, the language that's used is in compliance, and then you see that label that says 20 milligrams THC. Under that label, that's kind of blurred out because of the light. That label will also break down the content, break down the where the product was manufactured, and also contains the metric tag number we were talking about earlier. That label will show the actual metrics number that would allow me to look at that number and track back where that product was first made, grown in DC until this point before it got sold.
And so will that label also indicate that this product has been tested by Clearsight Labs?
It should. I'm not sure exactly what the label looks like or where on the label it will say the testing. But all the products, some products have the barcode that you can scan and see the Clearsight Lab actual testing document. I don't know if this one has that on it.
Do you believe that the products contained in this photograph complied with the both the labeling and the testing requirements?
Yes, coming from a medical cannabis cultivator manufacturer, yes.
Okay. I'm now going to move to what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 5. This is a series of 4 images. Supervisory Investigator Peru, do you recognize these images?
I do.
Did you take these, or are these photographs that you took?
They are.
I move to have Government's Exhibit 5 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon.
No objections.
Without objection.
Supervisory Investigator Peru, why did you take these photographs?
Well, this is located in the secured vault storage room that I once inspected. And these bins that you see here with the yellow metrics tag, once again, talking about the metrics, you'll see the ABCA number, you'll see the barcode number. Those numbers coincide with where the product was manufactured and when it was first grown. And initially, as you can see, how many shelves or bins there were when they first opened. When they placed ordered for legal product from the medical cannabis legal market, they were keeping products organized in different bins with different labelings to know what it is.
And so, are these bins empty or full?
They're empty.
Is that true for these bins as well?
Yes.
Do these bins similarly have the metric labeling and barcodes on them?
They do.
What about these ones?
Yes.
And I think this might be the same, a different photograph, but of the same bins as in the first photograph. Is that correct?
Yeah, I believe so.
Why do you believe that it is noteworthy that these bins are empty?
Well, because this is how it was when we came in, with no legal product in any of those bins.
I'm now pulling up what has been marked as Government's Exhibit 6. This is another series of photographs. I'm going to scroll through, I believe it is 8 photographs. Supervisor Investigator Peru, do you recognize these photographs?
I do.
Did you take these photographs?
I did.
I move to have Government's Exhibit 6 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon,
No objections, Mr. Chair.
with that objection.
I'll start with this first photograph. Supervisor Investigator Peru, what does this photograph demonstrate?
Well, this is, can I talk, the room that we're looking at, this room was located in the basement of the premises, in the very, not I say front, but really it's the front basement, street side, in like a mechanical room area, very hidden, not an approved area to store product, not inspected by me to store any kind of product. So that's the first piece of it, and this is all products that are not labeled, not from DC market, and illicit.
So contained in this photograph, are these items regulated cannabis products?
They are not.
Do they meet the labeling requirements?
They do not.
Do they meet the testing requirements?
They do not.
Are these products that would be tracked in the metric seed to sale database?
They are not.
I'll scroll down slightly to the next photograph. Is this? Could you describe what is depicted in this photograph?
Yeah, different angle. You can see the bends from the first photograph are sitting on top. And then they had boxes, the U-line boxes, and then they had with product in it, and then they had the bin on the floor. You can see that contains flour and product as well.
Is this next photograph, is this a photograph of that bin that you just talked about?
It is.
And what is contained inside this bin?
That right there was loose flour. There's some other things in that plastic bag. I can't remember if it was gummies or other flour.
Focusing just on the flour, is this the proper storage for cannabis flour that has been regulated, tested product?
It is not.
Does this product contain or comply with the labeling requirements?
No.
Does it comply with the testing requirements?
No, there's no metrics tags.
Moving on to this photograph, what do you see in this photo?
That is a picture of the refrigerator that was down there that contained these infused products.
And if I'm zooming in a little bit, focusing on this one on the left that says, what does that product say?
Highly elevated. It says highly elevated, and then you can see the milligrams underneath of the flavor and milligrams of the content of THC, how much it contains.
And does this product comply with the labeling requirements?
No, no drinks, just for the record, there is no drinks in the current medical cannabis market. So any drinks containing THC are currently not in the market, therefore would not be legal product.
Okay. What about these products on the top shelf?
Same. This particular candy, the labeling Nerds, which is caters to children, and children know as the Nerds candy, would not be allowed in the regulated market, labeled as such.
You talked about these products potentially catering to children. Do you believe that that poses a threat to the imminent health and safety of the public?
Those Nerds containers, absolutely.
In this fridge, is there any licensed cannabis product that is found?
None.
I'm gonna skip over. So what is depicted in this photograph?
So the first photos you saw, that was to the right, where you had the bin and the boxes. To the left, another shelf that can and drawers and a rollaway container you can see there that contain additional illegal product, from gummies to vape cartridges and whatnot.
And did any of those products comply with the testing requirements?
They did not.
Did any of those products comply with the labeling requirements?
They did not.
What do you see in this image?
That is packaged flour, the same as the undercover buys that you saw, the same way it was packaged and labeled, right, being stored in that area.
And so you previously testified that those products did not comply with the testing and labeling requirements, correct?
Correct.
And so do these products comply with the testing and labeling requirements?
No, they do not.
I'd now like to move on to government's Exhibit 7. Investigator Peru, do you recognize, so this is a series of 4 photographs. Investigator Peru, do you recognize these photographs?
Yes, I do.
Did you take these photographs?
I did.
I move to have government's Exhibit 7 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon?
No objection.
Without objection.
Starting with this top photograph, Supervisor Investigator Peru, what is shown in this photograph?
That is a picture of the menu. They had several TV screens in the sales floor area when we walked in, and these images were displayed on those TV screens.
And so are these products that Chocolate City Wellness was advertising for sale?
Yes.
And focusing on this first photograph, what is this? What products are being advertised here?
A variety of different cannabis strains and flowers. Looks like, you know, they separate, as opposed to calling it premium or low grade or medium grade flower. They kind of separate it, congressional, monumental, presidential, I guess, putting them in different categories.
But this is advertising cannabis flower, correct?
Yes, I believe most of it is apple dreams, gelato cake, pave assignments. Yeah, the banana acai mints, I couldn't tell you if that was the actual mints they're talking about, because they do have cannabis mints, or if it's actually flour. But yeah, it appears to be mostly flour on that.
During the summary closure, was any regulated cannabis flower recovered inside the establishment?
No, the products that you saw in the previous image was not flour. It was gummies.
So all of the products that are being advertised here would be for untested, unregulated products, correct?
Correct.
Moving on to this image, what is depicted in this photograph?
Another image from displayed on the TV screen that it talks about membership and what you get for that membership. It's almost kind of close to the same of what he had before when they were unlicensed.
And does this advertisement offer cannabis flower or cannabis pre-rolls?
It does.
During the summary closure, was there any regulated pre-rolls that were found inside the establishment?
And there was not.
What about this image? What is depicted in this image?
Another TV screen advertising showing a menu and available products they have for sale.
Were there any chewables that match the description that is being advertised that were found inside the establishment? That were for licensed cannabis products.
I cannot accurately say no because I don't know the product that was regulated that you saw in that box. I didn't examine fully the different varieties, so I'm not sure if those regulated products are listed here on this menu.
What about capsule tablets?
No, no capsules were recovered from the legal market.
Were there any tinctures that were recovered from the legal market?
I can't remember if there was one tincture or not. In that box, there was another product that's kind of buried by the others. I cannot 100% be sure. I have to look at the evidence. The seizure list from MPD would give you a better description of those breakdowns.
Moving on to this photograph, what is depicted in this photograph?
Another menu showing cartridges and concentrates that were offered for sale.
Were there any legal cartridges or concentrates that were recovered inside the establishment?
No, not to my knowledge.
At the conclusion of the summary closure operation, did MPD send you an email cataloging the unregulated products that MPD seized at Chocolate City Wellness?
They did.
Would you recognize that email?
I would.
I am pulling up something that has previously been seen but not introduced. This is Government's Exhibit 8. I can make some representations about the redactions here, but Supervisory Investigative Peru, is this the email that you received from MPD cataloging the items that were seized during the summary closure?
It is.
Just for the board's knowledge, the first redaction is Supervisory Investigator Peru forwarded this email to me, and so that's just redacting my information. The second set of redactions down here, this email was for 2 summary closures, one which occurred at Citgo and one which occurred at Chocolate City Wellness. So I'm representing that the information that has been redacted in this is the information related to this seizure which occurred at Citgo, which is not relevant to these proceedings. I'd like to have Government's Exhibit 8 entered into evidence.
Mr. Mixon, without objection, number 8 is
Supervisor Investigator Peru, I'd like to walk through this email if you don't mind. So does this, could you just read those bullet points?
The bullet points you said?
Yes.
The above listed location is a licensed dispensary.
Bigger.
The above listed location is a licensed dispensary has been selling illegal cannabis. ABCA was made aware that the location was selling illegal cannabis and determined that a closure was necessary to protect the public. On Friday, August 29th, 2025, VCSD members.
I'll just pause you there. What is VCSD?
Violent Crime Suppression Division.
And it's
from MPD.
Please.
Conducted an undercover buy walk operation, successfully purchased illegal narcotics. VCSD investigators Ferrafino authored and submitted a search warrant for this location, which a DC Superior Court judge approved. VCSD members accompanied ABCA Special Investigator Jason Peru to the location to serve the owner with an official closure notice. Evidence was recovered and transported to VCSD, where it was processed, packaged, and logged. ABCA Special Investigator Jason Peru posted a closure notice on the front door of the establishment and changed the door locks. ABCA essentially became the custodian authority over the property. The establishment owner was notified on scene on how to request a hearing with ABCA regarding the closure, and then the total amounts recovered are listed.
Do you believe that this is an accurate narrative of how the summary closure occurred?
Yes, just wanted to add, it says the owner on scene, the owner's wife showed up on scene, and I served her the documents and explained to her what was occurring. So she was given the proper notices from myself and MPD.
Okay. Are these the photographs? So these are photographs that were contained in this email, correct?
Yes, it is. They are.
What does this first photograph depict?
Pictures of tinctures. Looks like there's the mints that maybe we talked about, and some other products.
And then what about this second photograph here?
THC tinctures, drops, oils.
What about this photograph here?
It looks like a bunch of vape cartridges.
What about this photograph?
Cash that was recovered.
This next photograph?
Looks like gummies. Hard to tell but I believe that's the gummies.
And then these next two photographs?
Hard to tell. Might be there's looks like mints and maybe dabs or concentrates possibly in the containers, in the glass containers.
This photograph?
Looks like more edibles, I believe. Those are more edibles, more gummies. Same thing to the right. Looks like a combination of edibles, gummies, or.
What about this photograph?
That's the juice you saw from the container in that refrigerator. And they also seized, it was unsure at the time, those containers were situated in a bar area downstairs right next to where these drinks were. And it looks like the drinks are possibly being filled there on site. And they seized the gallon jugs of that liquid as well.
What about this photograph?
That's the prepackaged flour and pre-rolls.
So based on those photographs, do you believe that constitutes a accurate and full accounting of all of the unlicensed products that were seized at the establishment?
Yes, it does.
And would you say that that is a comparable amount, substantially more, substantially less, or how would you say that product is, the percentage of the unlicensed product is compared to the percentage of licensed product that was recovered at the establishment?
98 to 99%.
98 to 99% is licensed or unlicensed product?
Unlicensed product.
Was there a summary of the total amounts recovered that MPD generated?
It did, right? Part of the email, yes.
Can you recite that, or what does the email identify?
Marijuana, which is the loose flour they're identifying as 2,176 grams. Mushroom edibles, so that one of those pictures were mushroom edibles, not THC edibles, at 10.64 grams. THC concentrate, they broke it down to the liquid ounces, 9,158.1 grams. THC edibles, 576 liquid ounces, broken down to 16,329.33 grams. THC vapes, 122.5 grams, and then U.S. currency, $4,748.
Do any of the products in the photographs contained in this email comply with DC's labeling requirements for regulated cannabis products?
No, they do not.
Do any of these products comply with the testing requirements?
No.
During the execution of the summary closure operation, did you have any interactions with members of the public who came to the establishment to purchase medical cannabis?
I did.
What happened in that interaction?
Well, we were wrapping up and leaving, and a gentleman with his caregiver, he had a walker, was on the sidewalk walking towards the business. And he's like, "Hey, what happened?" And I said, "Hey, sir," I said, "How you doing?" I said, "Do you have a medical cannabis card with ABCA?" He goes, "Yeah, I do." And I explained to him who I was. I had my badge around my neck, so I was easily identifiable. And I explained to him that the business had been closed. And he asked why. And I said, for selling non-tested non-medical product. And, him and his caregiver gave a concerned face. And I also then offered them the location of a nearby medical cannabis dispensary also on Connecticut Avenue. They said they were aware of that location, and that was it.
So this was an individual who was seeking medical cannabis, correct?
Correct. Had a medical card with ABCA, yes.
And was seeking it from a licensed cannabis establishment?
Yes.
Do you believe that in totality that Chocolate City Wellness was complying with the labeling requirements for regulated cannabis products?
No.
Was Chocolate City Wellness complying with the testing requirements?
No.
Based on Chocolate City Wellness's absence of compliance with those requirements, do you believe that their continued operation poses an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public?
Absolutely.
I have no further questions.
Mr. Mixon, do you have no questions for the witness?
I do, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay. Investigator Peru, thank you for being here today. So first question, among the products recovered from the building, were there any previously alluded to various contaminants that could be found in unlicensed products? Were any such contaminants found in any of the products recovered from the premises?
They were not tested for contaminants.
So you're not aware of any contaminants?
Correct. I'm not aware.
Okay. Are you aware of any specific incidents of harms to health or safety that have been connected to the respondent's establishment?
Not aware of any, no.
Do you know what parts of the building constitute the licensed premises?
Well, yeah, they were licensed for the entire building. That's what the C of O says, and yes. Meaning the first floor and basement, the main level and basement. The building is shared upstairs on the second floor. So I don't just to be clear, because DC sometimes calling a basement a first floor or first floor basement. But the main level and the basement is under his license.
Are you aware of which parts of the premises were used for the operations?
Yeah, but when I did an inspection and a walkthrough, it was all levels. The basement was being used to make his packaging. He has a packaging machine down there that prints labeling, and he was using that bottom premises to do that.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any questions by any board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Peru. You mentioned that I was going to ask also if the product was sent out to a lab, but you just testified that it was not. When the two undercover officials purchased the product, did they pay a tax on that product?
They paid cash, so I don't know if a tax was included.
But they didn't get a receipt that
No.
said the cost of their. Okay.
No, they did not receive a receipt. Correct.
Okay, because I think that if you're selling illegal product, there would be a possible, if you're charging a tax for it, that would cause other issues of illegality. There were two individuals that were arrested. Is that correct?
2 employees who were actually registered ABCA employees.
Okay, and would are you aware of where that is, or have they been charged?
I'm not sure where the well they were charged. I'm not sure if they were convicted of any of I'd have to follow up with MPD. I mean, it wasn't that long ago that the arrests occurred. I'm not sure what the status is.
Okay, and we just saw that they mentioned there was almost $5,000 in cash and all the other products. Was there ever a determination of what the so-called street value or value of those products? Is there a number for that?
It wasn't determined immediately. I mean, it can be calculated based on the market value, but no, calculation was not done by myself prior to this
Okay.
hearing.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. Mixon, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Yes, returning to the products previously discussed by Board Member Meadows. Was any product recovered in your operations, recovered from space beyond the licensed premises or space used for the operation of the business?
No.
No further questions to share.
Mr. Safka, any redirect?
Very briefly, just on that last point, Supervisor Investigator Prue, how can you determine that the illegal products that were recovered inside the premises of the licensed establishment?
Well, because when they got their license, part of the security inspection was to inspect the whole premises that they were licensed to be operating in, and what areas they're using for what part of the business. And I believe the owners thought at some point maybe was to do a safe use facility in that basement area if possible. I kind of I gave them a walkthrough. I told them, gave them some guidance on how that could happen and be facilitated. So that space was clearly used for some part of the operation, whether it was making bags only or packaging product, but it was definitely part of the business.
So the location where all of those products were recovered, those were locations that you were previously familiar with as part of your prior visits to the establishment?
Correct.
And during those visits, the establishment had represented that those areas were part of the licensed establishment, correct?
Oh, absolutely, yes.
I have no further questions.
Thank you. Mr. Peru, thank you very much for your testimony today. Mr. Safka, do you have, we're going to take a break. Do you have any other witnesses?
At this point, the district does not have any other witnesses, but I reserve the right to call Nick McLean as a rebuttal witness if necessary.
Well, thank you. How many witnesses do you have, Mr.
Just the licensee.
Just the licensee. All right, we're going to take a 10-minute break. So let's come back at 12:35. So let's come back on the record at 12:35. All right. Thanks. We're back in the record. All right, let me see. I'm waiting for Mr. Jones. Okay, Mr. Mixon, do you have a witness you wish to call?
Yes, I call the licensee, Kenneth Hopkins.
Mr. Hopkins, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
I'm your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Hopkins, how long have you been licensed to sell medical cannabis?
We've been licensed since, I believe, October 31st, 2024.
And what made you pursue licensure?
I wanted to stay in business. We were definitely trying to stay in the cannabis market and not be seen in the gray area that we were seen in previously, being an I-71 compliant smoke shop.
Understood. Are you a social equity applicant?
Yes, sir.
And how has being a social equity applicant helped you in your business?
It's helped us by giving us an opportunity to get a license, to stay open, and it's helped us to also get out of the eye of being seen as non-compliant with DC. So that was a big help to us, because I don't believe that we probably would have been able to without that.
Are you a returning citizen?
You said what?
I'm sorry. Do you have a previous any kind of criminal law history that may have resulted in you being a social equity applicant?
Yes, I do have a past marijuana conviction.
And so the social equity applicant program has allowed you to make a
Yes,
living.
it has allowed me to get a license because of that. Yes.
Besides this summary action, have you had any issues with ABCA enforcement?
No.
So no violations?
No. This was the first one.
Got it. Are you aware of any specific health or safety issues that have been identified about your operations from your customers?
No. Even when we were at I-71 smoke shop, we never had an incident where a customer was harmed or injured by any of our products.
Very good. Do you train your employees?
Yes, they did have brief computer training with the original licensing transfer over for the medical side for ABCA.
Right. And does any of your training include teaching them how to the procedures around labeling products sold to consumers?
Not with labeling. No. It's more so just about the overall interactions with the customers and how to deal with them now that there's a medical card or license that needs to be required, but not so much on the packaging part.
You instruct them to, before completing a sale, to affix the label, correct?
Yes, we have to put a label on before we send it out to the customer, yes.
And you instruct them to enter purchases of products or sales to patients into metric?
Objection leading.
It's a yes or no question.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. Answer the question, but Mr. Mixon, all right.
Yes.
And do you instruct any personnel involved in obtaining inventory to purchase them from licensed cultivators or manufacturers?
Yes.
Can you tell us about any challenges you may have faced with obtaining inventory from licensed cultivators?
Yes. Well, when we switched over, I was maybe the 11th dispensary that was licensed in DC at the time. At that time, it was more accessible to get cannabis from the district cultivators. February 11th, we attended a meeting at the DC Council where McDuffie and Phil Mendelssohn were the people in attendance, and the cultivators assured us that they would have adequate amount of inventory available for us. Now, there was a time where it was, I believe, April 1st, where if you were unlicensed smoke shop, you had until that time to switch over. So it was a huge jump in dispensaries. It went from 11 to about 47 to 50 dispensaries at that time in April 1st. So it became extremely hard to the point where they don't deliver the next day. So if you place an order, I just received the email just now, even though my store has been closed from Alternative Solutions, that if we place an order today, we won't get it until October 8th. So that will be a week from today. So that has been ongoing, and I've contacted my ABCA rep, which will be Bronya Crawford, and she told me that I just have to be patient, that every dispensary, that all the retailers are going through this problem with the limited amount of inventory being available. And even as we speak currently, there's only 20 pounds available for 47 dispensaries. So if you do the math, the average person can obtain 2 ounces per month. That's not even 200 customers in DC. So I don't know the issue with the shortage, but we're not being told that it's a shortage. We're just being told to deal with it when we try to place an order.
Thank you for providing that insight. Are you aware of how many licensed cultivators there may be in the city?
They're around 8 to 10.
Right. So, have you had any challenges with turning a profit since since you're opening under the license?
Yes, extreme.
And
At first, oh,
has the sorry, one more question. Has the limited inventory contributed to those problems?
yes, because we haven't been able to fulfill our orders. We have not been able to meet the demand of our customers. So we've lost business. A lot of our customers, and not just including mine, but other licensed dispensaries in DCs have been going to Maryland. And that's a fact. That's what our customers say. Because we don't have the supply, they're going to the DC market. I mean, they're going to the medical market from DC because of the availability and also because they have recreational in Maryland compared to DC.
Have you ever had to close your doors and cease operating temporarily because of limited inventory?
Yes, I literally closed my establishment on, I believe, September 9th, the day before the search and seizure on September 10th. I have an Instagram post on September 9th, and I had no knowledge of a search and seizure being done on September 10th. We literally had to close our doors on September 9th because we did not have product. And that's something that anyone can see if they go to our Instagram page.
Right. And if additional cultivation centers were to become licensed in the coming months, would that alleviate some problems around limited supply?
Yes, I believe that it would alleviate. Right now, the cultivation centers, there's not enough and there's not enough product. And also, I had a meeting with one of the cultivators right now, and he says that 60% of his product goes towards his own dispensary. So he only puts up 40% for the rest of the retailers.
Okay. It's all very helpful context. Thank you. Switch gears a little bit, talking about your operations more specifically. What part of the building constitutes your licensed premises?
The top level. So I have a bottom level that has not been in use. The top level is 1,500 square feet, and that is the level that was awarded the license.
So you perform sales up on that top floor?
Yes, sales, packaging, everything is done on the top level. Nothing is done downstairs.
Do you have any access, regular access to the any basements in the building?
We do have access, but all the tenants in the buildings have access. It's an apartment and it's another business above us, and the area gives access to the Pepco meters and to the water meters.
Okay. So your understanding is, sorry, let me rephrase. So there's a possibility that that space is used among shared tenants.
Yes, that space that they showed to have found our inventory is CAM space. It's not just my space.
Can you clarify who's Cam?
CAM is a common area management space.
Understood. It's an acronym. Got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Were any of the going to refer to, I forget the exact numbers, but a series of picture exhibits submitted by the government during investigator Peru's testimony? You're familiar? You saw those pictures, right?
Yes, sir. Correct.
The variety of various products shown during those pictures were, where were they recovered from?
That was recovered in the basement area, in the CAM space.
And were any of those offered for sale during your time as a licensed establishment?
No, they were not.
So among products that you have sold, would the majority obtained from, as it sold as a licensed operator, were the majority obtained from licensed cultivators and manufacturers?
Yes, majority, yes.
Were the majority of sales in compliance with district labeling requirements?
Yes. Previously, I had sent my packaging to Investigator Peru, and he told me that if my packaging was not going to be approved, that he would follow up and let me know. And I have yet to receive a text message or email from Investigator Peru showing that my packaging was not DC compliant.
Also among those picture exhibits were a series of menus. Do those menus refer to licensed product offered for sale in the licensed premises?
Yes, everything you see on the menu that we have was licensed products.
To the extent that any sales you performed were not compliant with, do you recognize that you have a requirement to sell in compliance with district law on labeling and obtaining products from licensed tested sources?
Yes, I'm aware. Yes.
Yes. And are you prepared to revise your operations so that going forward, all sales are in compliance with those requirements?
Yes.
Do you think that you can plan your inventory, inventory, hours of operations, other methods of operation, so that you're exclusively selling products from tested sources?
Yes, whenever we get into another situation where we're low on inventory or there's low inventory in the cultivation market, I can just adjust my hours. I can close down, I can inform my customers, or I can try to place orders weeks in advance if that helps. And it seems that that's what's going to have to be able to be done.
So you're showing, sorry, apologies. Let me rephrase. So you are willing to implement new procedures in
Yes.
response to the summary action?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the remediation plan that's been filed with the board?
Yes, I am.
And have you reviewed it?
Yes.
Are you prepared to implement the measures therein?
Yes, I'm prepared to make every change.
Would you implement any further measures that are not currently in the plan but may be proposed by the board?
Yes.
Do you believe that you can train your personnel to perform these procedures?
Yes, of course. Yes.
Would you terminate personnel knowingly violating these procedures?
Yes, absolutely.
No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Southcott.
Yes, give me a second. Okay. Good afternoon, Mr. Hopkins.
Good afternoon.
So in your testimony, are you familiar with the Metric Seed to Sale program?
Yes, I am.
How are you familiar with Metric?
I had to sign up for Metric once I received my license, and Metric allows me to track the orders from the orders that I place with any DC cultivator. And once I receive that, I'm able to log that in to where when we use our register on the front, it logs in any orders that we take from customers.
So you're aware that Metric tracks both sales to customers as well as purchases that Chocolate City Wellness makes from cultivators, correct?
Yes, I am.
So who purchases products on behalf of Chocolate City Wellness?
I do.
Are you the only person who purchases products on behalf of Chocolate City Wellness?
Yes, I am.
So you are the only person who is buying, so all of the product that is being bought that is legal is being bought by you personally through these licensed cultivators. Is that your testimony?
Yes.
When was the last time that Chocolate City Wellness purchased cannabis flower?
I want to say June or July. June or July of 2025.
And where did you purchase that cannabis flower?
I believe from District Cannabis, from Phyto. Well, their company is District Cannabis, but their cultivation center is Phyto Cultivation.
Would you be surprised if the metric system indicated that Chocolate City Wellness had not purchased licensed cannabis flower since April?
No, I know we've had orders. I believe our last order was July 17th from Phyto Cultivation.
So if that were not tracked in the metric system, your testimony is that metric is incorrect.
No, I have an order that I have and my attorney has as well to show that I last placed an order July 17th.
What happened to that order?
It was fulfilled. We received the order.
Have there ever been any instances where you've made, where you have had orders for products that have not been fulfilled?
Yeah, there have been times that I've made an order and the cultivation centers have contacted me back saying that they did not have the inventory in stock to fulfill my order. And I had to wait until they were in stock. So that has happened.
How long have you had to wait for them to be in stock?
Over a week. Because they have to wait for their trimmers and they have to wait for it to be packaged.
But have you ever placed an order and never had that order fulfilled at all?
Yes, because they didn't have that strain anymore. They may have not had that strain available anymore. So yes, I've been contacted by the.
Sorry, I'll let you finish. Please continue your answer. I apologize for
No,
that.
I was saying that they have contacted me and told me that I would have to go online to make a new order if something that they made they no longer made. So if there was an edible, if there was flour, they wanted to scrap the whole order and I would have to make a new order. So yes, that has happened where they have ran out and I've had to reconstruct and reorder because they no longer had that in supply.
How many instances has it occurred where you've ordered a product and been unable to receive the product?
It's happened over 7 times.
7 times, and were there ever replacement products that you could order? Maybe the particular strain isn't available, but there are other strains that you could order?
It depends because it depends on the price. So if the price was $2,000 for bulk flour or $2,500, they may not have had anything in my budget, and they may have had something that was a little bit more. So it may have been $3,000 for bulk flour or something like that, and that has happened multiple times.
But there was still flour that was available for purchase if you wanted to. You just would have to perhaps pay a little more for it, correct?
In some instances, yes.
All right. Now, you testified that the Chocolate City Wellness only performs sales on the top floor and that nothing is down and that nothing is done downstairs. Do you remember that testimony?
Yes.
And you testified that the space where all of the illegal inventory was found was common area space and that was not Chocolate City Wellness's space, correct?
Yes.
So is it your testimony that none of the illegal product that was seized was Chocolate City Wellness product?
I believe some could have been, but it was not what we were selling at that moment. When we shut down, we did reconstruction and we moved a lot of things down. So things could have been placed downstairs. And like I said, that door where Investigator Peru found that inventory, it was a locked door that had to be busted open that I no longer had the key for, that my landlord possibly had the key for. So that stuff was locked away. And from when they entered my establishment on September 10th. They entered the establishment, I believe it was 2:10. They were in the back, in my back office by 2:12. There's no way that my employees could have got that downstairs, locked the door, and been upstairs in 2 minutes. They were already back in the safe room. So that's what I was trying to say. That stuff could have been old inventory that we had before we even transferred over to the medical side. That stuff was not found upstairs in the safe room.
So you heard testimony about the undercover buys that occurred, correct?
Yes.
And those the products that were purchased contained labeling that said Chocolate City Wellness, correct?
The labeling that said Chocolate City Wellness is just the back of the bag. So that is my packaging. That's the packaging that I sent Peru. But that doesn't mean that the packaging that was found downstairs could not have been old inventory that I had, because I've had that packaging for 3 years and I just sent it to be accepted on the medical side. So just because it said Chocolate City Wellness on the back does not mean that it was current inventory that we were selling at that moment in September of 2025.
I guess I'm confused how it couldn't be current inventory that you're selling when an undercover individual purchased that product at that date and time on August 28th and 29th. So how is that not current product that is being sold by Chocolate City Wellness?
The 2 strains that were purchased by the undercovers were not the 2 strains that were found. There was no berry cream puff and there was no zero gravity that was found amongst the inventory. If I'm mistaken, you can elaborate and tell me, but anything that was found with all the pictures that you showed the board, there was nothing that says zero gravity or there was nothing that said berry cream puff.
But the packages themselves said Chocolate City Wellness on them, didn't they?
Yes, but like I just elaborated, the packaging I've had for 3 years, so that could have been older inventory. So if you're telling me that some of that packaging said zero gravity or berry cream puff, which the undercovers recovered on the 2 times that they came into my establishment, I'm all ears for. But that stuff was old inventory, as I just previously just stated to you.
But an individual still walked into Chocolate City Wellness, purchased product that purchased cannabis product that had a package on it that said Chocolate City Wellness. That occurred at your establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and that item that was purchased, that item was not tracked in the metric seed to sale program, was it?
I believe not. I believe so. I believe it was not. Yes.
So an individual was able to walk into Chocolate City Wellness and purchase unlicensed cannabis product, correct?
Yes.
Okay, next question. So you testified about that you were willing to implement new procedures and to do that, you cited the remediation plan that you submitted to the board, correct?
Yes, sir.
What in that remediation plan constitutes a new procedure?
The new procedure could be.
Sorry, I'll rephrase the question. What in the remediation plan is something that the establishment had previously not been doing?
We had not been adjusting hours or making our customers aware of when we weren't able to receive product. So we were able to kind of like stretch ourselves thin, and with the new remediation program, I would just make sure that we would try to place orders more in advance, which is something that we didn't normally do. We would try to do it a week or 2 But even if we have to go 3 weeks in advance or 4 weeks in advance to make a purchase, to make sure that when the cultivators have product available, we're first on the list. If that's what has to be done, we can do that, because it seems if when you wait the week of, it's hard to get a product at that time. And also adjusting our hours. If we know that we are running low on inventory and we may not have it by the time our delivery is able to get there, we can close our facility until our delivery comes to where that we're not, opening or being open at a time where we don't have anything to give to the public.
So, pulling up this remediation plan, as far as I can tell, the portion of the plan that is relevant is section B, which is the requirement that a testing laboratory that the establishment only distributes or attempts to distribute cannabis products that has been tested by a testing laboratory licensed under this chapter. Is it your position that Chocolate City Wellness is already engaging in that practice?
I mean, we've already ordered and placed orders with licensed DC cultivators, so we will make sure that any and every product that from this point forward that will be coming out of Chocolate City Wellness, will make sure is from seed to sale, it's coming from a DC cultivator or manufacturer.
But Chocolate City Wellness should have already been doing that as part of its practice by operating as a licensed establishment, correct?
Correct.
And yet individuals were still able to purchase unlicensed products from Chocolate City Wellness.
Yes, it was a mistake that I admit to out of desperation, out of lack of inventory and lack of product. So it was a mistake.
So is it your position that Chocolate City Wellness turned to selling illicit cannabis products because it could not purchase legal cannabis products?
At the time where things were not available, yes, there were mistakes.
I have no further questions.
Any questions by the board members? Go ahead, Ms. Quinn.
Hi, thank you for coming to testify today. I think I'm struggling to understand this point about the connection between the lack of supply and how that impacts profits and what we're here to discuss today. I think what I'm struggling with is it almost sounds as if what you're presenting as an argument is if you don't have enough supply, it's okay for you to buy the product from anywhere. And I suspect
No, that's not what I was. I gave that.
I suspect that that's not what you meant to convey.
No.
I'd like to give you an opportunity to explain to me what that connection is and what that means in the context of why you're here today.
No, I was not trying to make that connection. What I was simply saying was that after everyone switched over in April, it became extremely more difficult to get inventory. So after that point, I did reach out to ABCA. I reached out to my personal rep. I reached out to Investigator Peru, and I was told that more cultivators was coming in line, more manufacturers were coming on to the spot, and I just had to be patient with what was available. And it was a lot less available. It would probably be over 50% less inventory that was available than was when I switched over in October. So in just the 7 months, it was extremely more difficult to place the same orders. As Mr. Peru told you, I was placing more than the average when I first signed on. So that was never an issue. The issue became once it was everybody else had to switch over in April or be shut down or be enforced by ABCA or MPD. That's when it became extremely difficult for me. And I'm not trying to make a connection. I'm just saying that that's where the difficulty lied at with me trying to get medical DC licensed product.
Okay, so if I'm hearing you correctly, you're saying that may be part of the story in terms of why you chose to get the supply from where you decided to get it from, but it's not an excuse.
No,
Is that what
absolutely
you're
not.
saying?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Got it. All right. Thank you.
Any other board members? Mr. Hopkins, and I have a similar question as Board Member Quinn, because you were entrusted with a license. And
Yes.
and what I'm hearing from you this afternoon is that supplies were short, profit margins are almost non-existent, and so therefore I went on the illegal market, either purchase, because what you're charged with today is 2 undercover buys. So it's, to me right now, it's irrelevant about what supplies were found. So I think you're talking about what was on the first floor or whatever products were found. It could have been the landlord or it's in common property. However, 2 undercover buys were made.
Yes, sir. I'm aware.
All right. And so what assurances can you provide the board that if we allow you the privilege of operating, that when products are not available, profit margins are all non-existent, that you're not going to go back and purchase cannabis illegally? I don't from where, and I'm not going to ask you where because you stated that you're the only person who purchased it, that you're purchasing products, you're going to purchase products that are untested, and that, I mean, you're fortunate that no one has been injured by the sale of untested products. So what assurances can you provide the board today that if we were to allow you the privilege of maintaining your license, that we're not there every day to check on you, that you're not going to revert to continue to purchasing cannabis on the illegal market?
That's a good question. Only thing I would like to tell the board was to allow me to show you who I am after a mistake, and not just because of the incident itself. Allow me to show you how desperately I want me and my staff to stay on the DC market, and allow me to show you that if an error in judgment was made in the past, that a person can make a change and a business can make a change. I know you all won't be there. You can't babysit and hold my hand and make sure I do the right thing, but I'm dedicated in making sure that Chocolate City Wellness is still here and still helping, DC, the DuPont Circle area where I've been since 2020, to continue to thrive and make a step forward in the right direction. And what I will say is, it was a new adjustment that I made since I transferred over into the medical market. I did not expect for the lack of inventory. I did not anticipate that, and because of that, certain mistakes were made. But I do understand now the severity of it. I do understand the dangers of it, and I don't want to, put anyone at risk, any of my customers. And I don't want to put a bad light on ABCA for you all giving me the opportunity under the social equity and giving me the license that you made an error in judgment. I don't want to put that stain on your resume either. So it's not just I have a lot to prove to myself and for the business. I have a lot to prove to ABCA, and I have a lot to prove to DC. I just want another opportunity to showcase that.
Any other questions by any of the board members before we? Um, do you have a question, Mr. Grant? Go ahead, Mr. Grant.
I do. Thank you, Mr. Hopkins, for being with us this afternoon now. You mentioned DuPont Circle. Have you received any support formally or informally from residents adjacent to your property?
Yes, I have Bill McLeod, who sent a letter on my behalf to Mr. Southcott, and also to, I believe, Jonathan Berman, who's the counsel for ABCA. I also have Jim from Bite the Fruit, who is the business above from me. He sent a letter, email on my behalf regarding this upcoming hearing, as well as Beth from Boardroom, who has a alcohol license with you all with APCA, and then also from Kathy Lou, who's also on my block from Spa Logic. These are businesses that we have uh, cross did promotions with, and I've been involved with them in the community. I've gone to fundraisers with Michael Caine and the rest of the DuPont circle bid ever since my arrival. So Bill McLeod, he can attest to that, and he's also wrote an email earlier in the past week on my behalf.
Mr. Chair, just two more questions. One
No,
is a
go ahead, Mr. Green.
clarification on that, and then a second question. So you mentioned a couple of names, and I was able to try to capture a few of them. Were any of them like general residents and not business owners?
I believe Bill McLeod is also a resident, but no,
Okay.
not any resident. But I believe he is a resident as well as in charge of the business improvement district for DuPont Circle.
Okay. My final question is as it relates to social equity and the privilege of being able to receive the license under that statute. Uh, can you maybe give us some reflection on how you think this action that you took, that you've admitted that you took, would impact other applicants who have licenses, and the perception that we're already giving people a chance that may not have otherwise had a chance, and now you've taken the step that is really a step in the incorrect or wrong direction. How do you think that impacts other folks who could be unfairly looped in or lumped in with you because they're in the same status of you as a social equity applicant?
Yes, that's a good point as well. I believe that it could possibly have a negative effect, and that's something that I don't want or wish for anyone. I don't want it to be seen as we were given an opportunity and we're going to squander it or mess it up. So I do know that there was always or already an certain type of light on us as far as if we give them an opportunity, will they actually make a change for the best and make the best out of the situation, out of the opportunity. And I believe that for the 4 years that I've been here outside of this, this infraction, this mistake, I believe that I've shown that, and I believe that I can continue to show that and erase whatever negative notion that this could have left with DC or with the board. If I'm able to stay in business, I can right this wrong. I know for a fact that I can make this right and have a long-standing compliant business with APCA and with DC.
Thank you for that. Just as I finish, I would just say that there are other people who are in that same position, and it's my hope that if things are in your favor, that you seriously consider that it's not just your reputation, but the reputation of others in that same space that will be impacted by this.
Yes, I understand.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have no more questions.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Southcott, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
Nothing from the district.
Any redirect, Mr. Mixon?
Yes, just briefly, Mr. Chair. Mr. Hopkins, just wanted to clarify certain aspect of your testimony. Attorney Southcott previously asked that you had whether you testified that no illegal product had been recovered from your operations. Was that the intention of your testimony?
No, it was just to show where it was. So the safe room, there was none, like where we were operating. We were waiting on a delivery, but we were open at that time frame, and then where the seizure, or where most of those pictures that were shown earlier to the board were taken from, was an old cam space that I did not have access to at that point. So that was only my only intention.
Thank you. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Do you have another witness, Mr. Mixon?
No, the respondent rests.
All right. Mr. Southcott, do you rest, or do you wish to call a rebuttal witness?
The government rests.
Okay. Okay. Are you ready for closing?
I am.
So what it is that I expect to provide some guidance, because this is actually the first show cause hearing that we have had for cannabis establishment, and so therefore we don't necessarily have it's not like in the alcohol phase where we have penalties that we can. So the board's options are somewhat limited in the sense of it's not like, okay, we can fine you $2,000 and put it's not, we don't have those options currently until we have moved forward to that phase. So what I want the parties to be specific, what is it that what is it that the government wants us to do moving forward, and what is it that you're asking us to do, Mr. Mixon? So I need the parties to be specific in what it is that they want the board to do. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Southcott.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. At the start, I'd like to reserve 5 minutes at the end for rebuttal.
I will do that, sir, but you see, our afternoon calendar, we have a protest here in this afternoon, but I'll keep that in mind. All right, thanks, sir. All right,
I understand. So I'd like to start my close with Mr. Hopkins's testimony and the conclusion of it, where board member Grant referred to licensing as a privilege. And he's exactly right, that licensing is a privilege. This is not something that is granted as a right, but it is a privilege that is granted to individuals who have demonstrated that they are capable of complying with the law. And the fact of the matter is that Chocolate City Wellness may have complied with the law for a period of time, but based on his own testimony and based on the evidence that was gathered as a result of the undercover buys and of the summary closure operation which took place in the past couple of months, the evidence is clear that Chocolate City Wellness has been engaging in a pattern where they have been violating the trust and violating the privilege that licensing is granted to them by engaging not in the sale of licensed cannabis products, but rather by selling unlicensed products. And as a result of that sale of unlicensed products, that causes substantial risk of imminent harm to the health and safety of the community. Now, you heard testimony from Supervisory Investigator Jason Peru about the ways in which Chocolate City Wellness is engaging in sales of unlicensed cannabis products. You heard and you saw photos of 2 undercover buys which occurred, which were selling cannabis flower, which contained packaging from Chocolate City Wellness that everybody agrees was purchased from inside that establishment. And that contained cannabis flower that was untested, and that did not have the proper labeling requirements. Now, you heard Supervisory Investigator Peru testify as to the problems that are associated with failing to comply with the testing and the labeling requirements. The testing is there to ensure that the products that are being sold in a way that guarantees that the product is safe for consumption, does not contain any other adulterants. Chairperson Anderson, in speaking to Mr. Hopkins, said that Chocolate City Wellness is very lucky that they have not had any of their individuals who have been harmed as a result of consuming the unlicensed products that are on there. And that is absolutely correct. But that does not mean that there was not a risk of harm to the community that occurred from selling untested products. You heard Supervisory Investigator Peru. testify as to the problems that can result from products that aren't tested, that there have been seizures that have occurred in the district of untested products that have contained amphetamines and that and other adulterants, and that the consequences, the health consequences, can be incredibly severe for individuals who are consuming those products and are doing so with the goal of receiving medicine. Now, it's particularly important here that this is a licensed cannabis establishment. This is the place that people in the community are turning to because they are seeking medical products, because they go to ABCA's website and they look at it and they say, I want to go to some place that I know that it's safe, that ABCA is the agency that is regulating this conduct, and ABCA is determining that this is a place that I can go to and make sure that whatever product I'm getting from there, I know is going to be a product that is going to be safe. And what is happening at Chocolate City Wellness is that those individuals who are seeking safe medical product were instead receiving unsafe, untested, unlabeled product. You saw that in the testimony of Investigator Peru, who testified that while he was conducting the summary closure operation, there was an individual who approached him with their health aide who was seeking cannabis product that was legal product, who then was dismayed when he was turned away upon finding out that, in fact, Chocolate City Wellness was being closed for selling unlicensed, untested product. Now, Mr. Hopkins may claim that this was a mistake that occurred as a result of their operations. But it is not a mistake. It is a deliberate choice that has been made, and that is true in the scale of the operations and the percentage of the products that were tested versus untested, which were found inside the establishment. Supervisory Investigator Peru testified that all of the products that were found inside the establishment were found in areas where the establishment had previously identified to him were areas that the establishment had control over and was representing that it was part of the premises. Supervisory Investigator Peru also testified that the vast majority of the products, said something like 98 or 99% of the products that were seized as a result of the summary closure were unlicensed cannabis products. That is not a mistake. That is a deliberate choice that is being made by Chocolate City Wellness, not to engage with the legal cannabis market, but rather to engage with the illicit cannabis market that is untested and unregulated and unsafe. As a result of this, despite the fact that the packaging contained on that materials said Chocolate City Wellness and said on it medical cannabis, it meant that patients were going into an establishment they believed was licensed, thinking that they were getting licensed product, thinking that they were getting product that would help them in a medical sense, and instead they were receiving something else. Now, Supervisory Investigator Peru also, even by Mr. Hopkins's own testimony, he says that he is the only individual who is responsible for purchasing product from for Chocolate City Wellness. And he said that the last time that they had purchased product, again, this is according to his own testimony, was sometime in July, is that the establishment had not purchased a licensed product in 2.5 months. And during that time period, there were not sales of licensed products that were being tracked on Metric. You saw that the undercover buy operations in both instances, afterwards, Investigator Peru went to the compliance analyst at ABCA to determine whether those sales were being tracked in Metric, and they weren't. And those sales, none of those sales were being tracked. None of the purchases by cannabis, by Chocolate City Wellness were being tracked in the metric system, meaning that they were purchased illegally. All of those products were purchased illegally. Now, in trying to justify the presence of the overwhelming majority of product that was seized, which was unlicensed product, Mr. Hopkins eventually admitted that, yeah, there was some product that was sold that was contained his packaging that was sold from Chocolate City Wellness that was unlicensed product, and again stated that it was a mistake. Now, Mr. Hopkins also said, allow me to show you who I am after a mistake, after asked the question of how can we demonstrate, how do we know that you're a trustworthy person? How do we know that you're someone who's not going to cause problems if we're to give you the opportunity to do this? So we're here after Mr. Hopkins has admittedly made a mistake, and yet Mr. Hopkins is denying that the product that contains his packaging, somehow saying that, trying to go through this whole song and dance about how that product, may have been old inventory and therefore for some reason shouldn't count. But his own explanation doesn't make sense given that the product itself was purchased from his establishment and it was purchased containing his own labeling. This is also true of the advertisements that you saw. And you saw those billboards. All of them were inside of the sales area of Chocolate City Wellness, which everybody agrees is an area where Chocolate City Wellness is operating. And Supervisory Investigator Peru testified over and over again, working through the cannabis flower that was offered for sale. None of that was available. There were no licensed products that were found inside the establishment. The cannabis tinctures, all of the consumables in terms of the drinks. There was product after product after product that was being offered for sale by Chocolate City Wellness that was unlicensed, untested product. And you saw that in the photographs that Investigator Peru himself took of the inventory. You saw arrayed all of the vapes and tinctures and flour and the Nerds candies, which a Supervisory Investigator Peru testified were particularly harmful, considering that it's candy that is directed towards children and has the same name as a children's candy and is colorful. That product was found inside that area. All of those things were found and were dwarfed in comparison. The very small percentage of legal licensed product. Investigator Peru said that there were about 6 or 7 products found in that small box that were actually licensed products that met with the testing requirements, that met with the labeling requirements. And the vast, vast majority of the products were unlicensed, untested, unregulated products. You can also see this in the empty bins. There were the bins which contained, at one point, metric product that was being tracked and was legal product that was being tracked through the system. All of those bins were empty. And that indicates, as Supervisory Investigator Peru said, that Chocolate City Wellness had been purchasing legal product and then was no longer purchasing legal product. Now, as an explanation for this, Mr. Hopkins indicated that there was a shortage that resulted, that there was a problems of supply that made it difficult to have his orders fulfilled. But when questioned by me, Mr. Hopkins never indicated, or rather said that there were only about 6 or 7 instances where he tried to place an order for something and that product just wasn't there. But when pressed about whether replacement products existed, he said, oh yeah, there were other products, but they cost more. Maybe instead of flour that cost $2,000, it was $2,500 or $3,000. But that doesn't mean that Mr. Hopkins saved up the money and then bought the flour that was the actual licensed flour. Instead, it appears that Mr. Hopkins bought flour that was unlicensed, that was untested product. And as the members of the board were concerned about, there's nothing in this abatement plan that will, or in the remediation plan, or there's no evidence to suggest that Mr. Hopkins won't, as soon as financial problems arise, turn to other means of fulfilling his supply. It's not that there wasn't supply, it was just that it was costly. And so for Mr. Hopkins, it was cheaper for him to go to the illicit market rather than to operate within the system. That is not how these establishments should be operating. Profit margins are tough, I can understand, but there is a regulated industry and licensed product that exists for a reason, and the reason is to ensure the health and safety of the public. Turning finally to the remediation plan. That remediation plan, if you look at it, basically only says that Chocolate City Wellness agrees to follow the law, which is to say that it agrees to do the things, all of the things that it already should be doing. There's nothing that is contained in the remediation plan that to me speaks at all to remediation. Instead, all it speaks to is Chocolate City Wellness making a promise that going forward they will comply with the law. But that's the same promise that Chocolate City Wellness made when they first became licensed in October of 2024. They said that we would abide by all of the laws and regulations in the district surrounding cannabis. And for a time they did. And then they decided, you know what, it's too expensive. It's too hard to get product legally, and it's too cheap to get product otherwise. So we're going to go the illegal route rather than the legal route. As a result of that, the district strongly believes that this board should affirm the summary closure and the summary revocation of Chocolate City Wellness. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, members of the board, The information today should demonstrate that although the respondent has made mistakes for which it is sincerely contrite, the respondent is not a bad actor, that its continued licensure would not pose an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public, and as such, revocation is not appropriate in this matter. To focus on that standard for a moment, whether the establishment will pose an imminent danger to the health or safety of the public in the future, and that's a high standard. One only fitting for an establishment who's demonstrated that it cannot learn from mistakes. And I think it's clear that Chocolate City Wellness is not such an establishment. To emphasize that and to respond to various points raised by the board, we provide the context around the complicated experience our newly licensed retailers are experiencing, not to excuse their conduct to justify, but just to create understanding that this market is young and it has time to mature, and that the conditions that preceded this mistaken conduct are subject to change as the market matures. In a short time, there will be a more extensive wholesale cultivation market. I should know, I represent some of them, that will change the nature of the supply that's available to our retailers. This establishment can be operated responsibly, and it has. Its record reflects that they performed in the undercover buys that preceded this action. They performed the required procedure around checking for identification and valid patient registration. That they've operated their business for the last year with no other violations. That they've been a valued contributor to the business community in the DuPont Circle area. And I asked the board to take notice of the petitions that have been offered to them from their neighbors who can attest to the positive impact that they have and how worse the community would be in Chocolate City Wellness's absence. To Chairperson Anderson, how can we be certain that this will not recur? Because this business has learned. They've seen the seriousness of what could happen. They genuinely don't desire to cause any danger to the health safety of the public. The circumstances are going to change, and they intend to remediate. They intend to revise their procedures around acquiring product, around labeling and entry of purchase records into metric, consistent with the remediation plan, which I think serves as a very persuasive step towards their ability to change. But it only serves as a first step, one of which should be implemented in collaboration with the Office of the Attorney General and ABCA and the board, to enable this business to continue, because our system was founded on second chances, on understanding that previous mistakes should not be the end all be all, that one mistake does not warrant the death penalty. That is why we permitted transition to licensed operations from formerly unlicensed operators. That's why we saw that people who were under the wrong side of the law, under the prohibition regime, deserve to be the first ones in line to give a good name to cannabis and to make a living and turn their lives around for the benefit of themselves and their families and their community. Other licensees, obviously for in a different regulatory scheme and in a different controlled substance, but in the alcohol system, we don't default to revocation with every mistake. We understand that there's steps to which that it takes successive violations to show that an establishment is unfit for further licensure. And I wish that there was currently a civil penalty schedule we could cite to, where we could say this exactly merits a specific penalty. And unfortunately there isn't, but such a penalty, less than revocation, should it be a fine, suspension, mandatory retraining, demonstration to the board of the establishment's fitness, whatever that may be, all of those, I think, would serve as not only sufficient retribution for mistakes previously made, but also a sufficient deterrent to show that the business is on watch and that it's capable of changing its procedures. But if we start from the position that one mistake is all it takes for a business to have to shut its doors and no longer service to the community, I think that we set back the goals of the medical cannabis program, and we don't enable the people that it was most intended to serve to succeed. Altogether, revocation would only be appropriate if it was a certainty that this business represents an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. But as its remediation plan, as its support from the community, as its prior track record of compliant operations show, that danger can and will be abated. And we ask that you take this into consideration and find that the summary closure should be lifted and summary revocation denied. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you still need the 5 minutes or less than 5 minutes, Mr. Southcott?
Less than 5 minutes.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead.
Members of the board, in that close from Mr. Mixon, you heard repeatedly that Chocolate City Wellness has operated for a long time with no other violations, and they referred to this as being one mistake. What the record shows is that this was not one mistake. At the very least, there were 2 undercover buys that we have that are documented. Beyond that, though, the purchases that took place and the inventory that was present demonstrates, as well as the metric records, demonstrate that this was not one mistake. This was months of Chocolate City Wellness operating in an unlicensed fashion not by selling licensed product, but by selling unlicensed product. This was not a one-off. This was in the way that sometimes with our alcohol cases, you have, an undercover who goes in and their ID isn't being checked properly, and so there's a violation for that, where that's a one-off instance. Well, there's a pattern here that we can tell based on the testimony that we heard from both Investigator Peru and Mr. Hopkins about the fact that Chocolate City Wellness had not purchased, and that the metric system was not reflecting the vast majority of the fact that the vast majority of the items that were found and were being sold from Chocolate City Wellness were illegal, unlicensed, unregulated items. 22C DCMR section 6203.2 says that if the board determines after investigation that the operations of a dispensary present an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public, the board may summarily revoke the registration of that dispensary. And here we have uncontested proof that the establishment was operating in a manner that posed an imminent danger to the health and safety of the public. You saw it in their extreme lack of compliance on the testing, on the labeling, and you also saw it in the fact that you had products that were being advertised in some of those juices and that Nerds candy that is geared towards children and is products that are not legal to be sold under any circumstances. As a result, the district believes that summary revocation is appropriate in these proceedings. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so the record is now closed. All right, as chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25CC00021, Chocolate City Wellness, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberating upon case number 25CC00021, Chocolate City Wellness, for the reasons cited in DC Official Code Section 2-575B13 of the Open Meetings Act. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will recess its proceedings to hold a closed meeting pursuant to Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act. I believe that I think we have 72 hours, I believe, to issue a decision. I'm not sure what the timeline is. However, we will issue a decision within the timeline. Thank you very much for your presentation today. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mixon. I know you're doing the next hearing. I have the calendar to do, and the board has to take a break. I thought we were going to be back at 2 o'clock. We'll start our next hearing at 2:30. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So our next hearing it will be hold on 1 minute, please. Okay, so the board will issue a decision within 5 days. That's our general counsel, but we're going to resume for your purpose, Mr. Mixon, at 2:30. So at least you'll have a break, but the board will continue working. All right, so thank you very much. Thank you, sir, both parties. As stated before, we'll issue a decision within, I'll just hold on 1 minute, please. So we'll issue the decision will be issued by no later than October 8th. Okay. All right. Thank you. So have a great day. So this matter is adjourned. Okay. Thank you. All right. All right, board. We're gonna try to do let's do our calendar, and we're gonna try to have a break, and we're definitely gonna have a break, and we're gonna try to resume our afternoon calendar by 2:30. So that should still give us a break. All right, so let's now do our agenda item for the morning. Hold on, please. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to speed up the review of this. So the first agenda that we're going to do today is a legal agenda alcohol. On the legal agenda alcohol, there are 6 applications. I'm going to review all 6. And I will make some recommendations, and at the end of the list, I will ask the ABC board members to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. So number 1, review of settlement agreement dated September 16th, 2025 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 5E, the Citizen, and the Great American Bistro, license number 116742, the recommendations approval. Number 2, review of amended settlement agreement dated September 9th, 2025 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, Neil Lund and Apparel, license number 116925, recommendation approval. It's an offer and compromise. Okay, so hold on, please. Number 3, it's an offer and compromise in case number 25 CIT 00092. This is Surfside, license number 113253. And the offer and compromise for Surfside is charge 1, no ABC manager. No ABC manager, statutory authority, DC official code section 25-701. There will be a $250 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The recommendation is that we will approve this offer in compromise. Number 4, review of offer in compromise. This is in case number 25 CMP 00034. This is proper 21, license number 113983, and the offer in compromise for this case, it's for charge 1, interfered with an investigation, statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-823A5E. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. The recommendation, approval. Number 5, review of offer and compromise. This is in for case number 25 CMP 00070, Lupo Verde, license number 088527. And the offer and compromise for this case It's charge one, no ABC manager on duty. Statutory authority, DC Code Section 25-701. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license shall be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Charge two, failed to have a settlement agreement accessible. Statutory authority, Section 25-446.01 and Section 25-711A3A. A warning will be issued. Charge three, failed to follow the settlement agreement. Statutory authority, code DC Code Section 25-823A6. There is a $1,000 fine payable within 30 days, or the license should be suspended indefinitely until the fine has been paid. Recommendation approval. And number six, review of motion for reconsideration dated September 19th, 2025. This is case number 25 PRO 00084, C Los Angeles license number 131487. The recommendation deny. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda alcohol. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis. On this agenda, there are 6 applications. I will review the 6. I will provide some recommendations, and then I'll ask that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair. Number 1, review of motion to dismiss. This is case number 25 CMP 00077. This is Garden DC Hill Noma, trade name to be determined, license number 128404. The recommendation approve. Number 2, so approve the motion to dismiss. Number 2, review of substitute motion for reconsideration. This is again in case number 25 PRO 00080, proper exotic, license number 128697. The recommendation is to deny. Number 3, review of motion for reinstatement, the abutting property owner. This is for in case number 25 PRO 00080, proper exotic, license number 128697. The recommendation is to deny. Number 4, review of opposition to motion listed above a property abutting property owner. This is again in case number 25 PRO 00080, proper exotic, license number 128697. The recommendation is that this is now moot. Number 5, review of public comment, Council Member Matthew Furman, regarding Cano Art. This is in case number 25 PRO 00053. Recommendation, this is just an FYI to the board. And number 6, review of public comment, Dia Mehta, MEHTA. This is in case number 25 PRO 00053, Kenna Art, and the recommendation is FYI. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations as put forth by the chair for the legal agenda, medical cannabis. Is there a second?
Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our legal agenda, medical cannabis addendum. Review of the opposition to ANC 6C's substitute motion for reconsideration. This is in for case number 25 PRO 00080. This is proper exotica. License number 128697. This is now moot. Now let's move to our licensing agendas. The first agenda we're going to do is the alcohol licensing agenda. On the alcohol licensing agenda, there are 7 applications. I'm going to review all 7, and then we'll make some recommendations, and then I will ask that the ABC board members vote to approve the recommendations by the chair. Number 1, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Canals to be determined, Canal Square Associates LLP, license number 118463, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 2, review application for change of hours. This is for VIP Lounge, license number 119913, recommendation placard. Number 3, review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit in order to auction off donated alcoholic beverage. This is for American Heart Association. The license number is 25 auction-00002, recommendation approval. Number 4, review request to remove the license review a request to remove the following license: endorsement, entertainment, game of skills, sportsation, and add additional request to reduce indoor occupancy to 53 and summer garden capacity to 15. This is for Tabacat, TACOCAT, license number 119995, recommendation approval. Number 5, review request for an off-premise storage permit endorsement located at 3330 New Hampshire Avenue. The request has been made by Berry Brothers and Rudd. License number 131402, recommendation approval. Number 6, review request to approval to provide a gift of prepared food items that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. The request has been made by Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. And number 7, review request for approval to provide a gift of Commander's tickets that doesn't exceed $500 in value to various licensed retail establishment. Breakthrough Beverage, license number 124554, recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing agenda. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. We now move to the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. There are 3 applications on this agenda. I will review the 3, make recommendations, and I'll make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation that's put forth by the chair. Number 1, review request to remove the license from safekeeping for reopening. This is for Lucky Bar, license number 020234, recommendation approval. Number 2, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab, license number 090297, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. Number 3, review application to extend safekeeping of license. This is for Dancing Crab, formerly Tender Grill, license number 117245, recommendation approval through March 31st, 2026. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the recommendation as put forth by the chair for the alcohol licensing supplemental agenda. Is there a second?
Quinn, I second.
Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our cancellation agenda. The ABC board will be canceling the following license for the reasons outlined below. Capital City Brewing Company, license number 016838. The licensee requests cancellation. Number 2, Residence Inn by Marriott, Washington Capitol Hill Navy, license number 118427. The licensee requests cancellation. Number 3, Slipstream, license number 093244. The licensee requests cancellation. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve to cancel the licenses as put forth by the cancellation agenda for October 1st, 2025. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And hold on. We now move to the vacated cancellation order agenda. The ABC board is vacating the following orders to cancel previously issued on September 24th, 2025. This is S&M Sports Lounge, license number 129610. Administrative request to vacate the cancellation. I make a motion that the board approves this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones has seconded the motion. We have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to our licensing administrative docket. Without objection, I make a motion that ABC board vote to approve all the 13 license applications on the licensing administrative docket for October 13. Is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's now move to our cannabis licensing administrative docket. There are 4 applications on this docket, and without objection, I make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the cannabis licensing administrative docket for today, October 1st. Is there a second?
Ms. Quinn, I
Jones, I second the motion.
Ms. Quinn and Mr. Jones have seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. Let's now move to our medical cannabis licensing agenda. Hold on. On our medical cannabis licensing agenda, number 1, I'm going to review. There are 4. I will make the recommendations, and then I will ask that the board members vote to approve the recommendations. Number 1, review of request to cancel SCA conditional retail license. This is for Happy Bud. License number 127940. The recommendation is approval. Number 2, review of safekeeping request. This is for Granny Z's. License number 126762. The recommendation is through March 31st, 2026. Number 3, review of packaging and label submissions. This is for Lifted Essentials. License number 129325. Recommendation approval. And number 4, review of transfer request to inventory from Up and Smoke 3 to Up and Smoke 4. License number 126868. Recommendation approval. I therefore make a motion that ABC board members vote to approve the medical cannabis licensing agenda and the recommendation as put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Meadows, I second.
Mr. Meadows, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. We now move to the medical cannabis licensing supplemental agenda. On this agenda, there's one item on this agenda: review of request to manufacture ingestible medical cannabis products that contain more than 20 milligram of THC per serving size. This is for Easy Day Edibles, license number 126412. The recommendation is to approve. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And we have one additional agenda. On this agenda, there are 26 requests, applications on this agenda. And so I will review all 26, make recommendations, and at the end, I'll make a motion that the ABC board vote to approve the recommendations put forth by the chair. Number one is a request from Catherine Schmidgall, SCHMIDGALL, for one-day license class F. Panel discussion. This is October 2nd. License number 134054. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 2, a request from James Murphy, one-day license class F. October celebration, October 4th. The license number is 134079. 250 to 300 attendees, 8 security guards. Recommendation approval. Our number 3, a request from Susan Punnett, Punnett, one-day license class F fundraiser. October 15th, license number 134080, 150 to 200 attendees, 5 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 4, a request from Kurt Fernstrom, FERNSTROM, one-day license class F, dinner and auction. This is November 8th. The license number is 134085, 150 to 200 attendees, 12 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 5, a request from Rosa Singletary, one-day license class F, alumni homecoming celebration. This is October 4th. The license number is 134087. 50 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 6, a request from Ronald Edwards, one-day license class F, bike race. This is November 7th to November 9th. The license number is 134089. 1,000 attendees, 33 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 7, a request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert. October 2nd. The license number is 134101. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 8, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. October 4th. License number is 134102. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 9, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is October 12th. License number 134103. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 10, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. This is October 14th, license number 134101. 100 attendees, 2 security guards. Recommendation approval. Number 11, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance. October 9th, the license number is 134105, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 12, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, October 16th to October 17th, license number 134106, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 13, another request from Lana Elzine, one-day license class F, concert live music performance, October 25th, license number 134107, 100 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 14, a request from Christina Ortiz, one-day license class G, speed dating event, October 1st. License number is 134053, 110 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 15, a request from Kabir, K-A-B-I-R, Kanar, K-H-A-N-N-A, a one-day license class G, grand opening, October 3rd to October 4th. License number is 134050, 400 to 450 attendees, 9 security guards, recommendation approval. Another request from Kabir Kanar, Kabirkhanna, a one-day license class G, grand opening October 10th to October 11th, license number 134051, 400 to 450 attendees, 9 security guards, recommendation approval. Another request from Kabir Khanna, a one-day license class G, grand opening October 17th through October 18th. The license number 134052, 400 to 450 attendees, 9 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 18, a request from Emil Stekov, STEFKOV, one-day license class G, training and dinner event October 1st, license number 134064, 42 attendees, 1 security guard, recommendation approval. And number 19, a request from Igor, IGOR, PONOMAREV, a one-day license class G, reception, October 4th, license number 134083, 76 attendees, 2 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 20, a request from Andre, ANDREE, the last name is spelled ENTEZARI, one-day license class G, wedding, October 11th, license number 134131, 100 attendees, 3 security guards, recommendation approval. Number 21, the Arsenal, one-day substantial change, Salagaster Annual Festival, nature of substantial change the license off premises at Penn Avenue between 7th and 3rd Street Northwest. This is October the 11th, license number 090281. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01184, recommendation approval. Number 22, Jack Rose Dining Saloon, one-day substantial change, taste and nature of substantial change user license off premises at 2001 18th Street Northwest. This is October 25th to October 26th, a license number 081997, substantial change license is 25 SC 01186, recommendation approval. Number 23, Anna Restaurant and Bar, one-day substantial change, concert, October 19th, license number 098684, substantial change license is 25 SC 01196, recommendation approval. Number 24, Buddies, one-day substantial change, live entertainment, nature of substantial change, request live entertainment. This is October 4th. Excuse me, the license number is 098684. Substantial change license is 25 SC 01194. Recommendation denial. Number 25, Project DC Events, Pub Crawl. Project DC Events, this is December 13th. The license number is 105182. Substantial change license is 25 PCE 00024. Approval for 2,000. Number 26, Lindy Promotions Pub Crawl. This is December 13th. The license number is 110455. Substantial change is 25 PCE 00037. Approval for 2,000. And yeah, that's number 26. So there, I therefore make a motion that the ABC board members vote to approve the board's temporary license and one-day substantial change license and the recommendations that's put forth by the chair. Is there a second?
Mr. Jones, I second the motion.
Mr. Jones and Ms. Quinn, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant,
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn,
Ms. Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows,
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones,
Mr. Jones, I agree.
and Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-0. And so we're now at the end of our morning calendar, morning agenda. It is 2:10. The board is going to be in recess until 2:30. I will ask all board members to return to the public session. We're not going to do our executive session this afternoon. So all board members should return to the public session at 2:30. Have a good afternoon. I'll see you in the public session at 2:30. Thank you. Good afternoon, we're on the record. And good afternoon and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC board. My name is Donovan Anderson, I'm chairperson of the board. Joining me this afternoon are four other board members, Mr. Silas Grant, Ms. Terry Janine Quinn, Mr. David Meadows, and Mr. Ryan Jones. And the board has 5 members in attendance this afternoon for the conduct of business. So let's now go to our afternoon calendar. The first case in our calendar is case number 25 CMP 00052, DC City Smokehouse, license number 118390. This hearing is canceled. The parties entered into an offer in compromise on September 17th, 2025. See board order number 2025-908. The next case in our calendar is case number 25 CIT 00092 Surfside, license number 113253. This hearing is canceled due to submission of an offer in compromise for the board's consideration and approval. And the board did vote this earlier this afternoon to approve that offer in compromise. And so the next case in our calendar this afternoon is case number 25 PRO 00053 Canna Art DC, license number 130807. Good afternoon, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the parties in this case? Thank you.
Good afternoon. Cameron Mixon, your access has been elevated. Jacoby Whitley, access elevated. Investigator DeMarcus Parker, access elevated. Sue Guzman, access elevated. Courtney Carlson, access elevated. Bajmir Ragami, access elevated. Paul Harrison, access elevated. Jason Levine, access elevated. And I believe that is all, Chairman. There's a Yared Betsate, but they're not on the attendee log.
Okay, all right. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. All right, so let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. So let me start first with the representative. Let me start with the representative of the applicant. And so where are you, Miss?
Your answer? I think that's me, Attorney Jacoby Whitley, attorney for the applicant Canna.
I apologize, Mr. I don't know why I knew that's who I was looking for. I don't know why I was looking for someone else. I do apologize, Mr. Whitley. I apologize. Can you please spell and state your name for the record?
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. My name is Jacoby. That's JACOBIE. My last name is Whitley. That's WHITLEY. And I am the attorney for the applicant. On behalf of the applicant, we have one of the owners, Mr. Sajmir Ragami, who's also present.
All right, so where is he, Mr. Sajmir Ragani? Can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Good afternoon, sir. My name is Saimir Ragami. I'm the owner and partner of Canna Art DC.
I need you to spell your name. So we have a court reporter.
SAJMIR, last name RRAGAMI.
Good. Thank you very much. And I just want to remind everyone, we have a court reporter. So when I ask you to spell your name for the record, is to make sure that when we have the transcript, your name is spelled properly, correctly in the transcript. All right, so let's start then the protesting. Mr. Mixon, please identify yourself for the record.
Cameron Mixon, counsel for Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3F, the protestant. First name Cameron, CAMERON. Last name Mixon, MIXON. On behalf of the ANC3F, we have Courtney Carlson and Sue Guzman, and then Stan Wall, Paul Harrison, and Jason Levin are our witnesses.
All right, so let me have the ANC representative identify themselves. We can start with you, Ms. Carlson. Ms. Carlson,
Yeah.
Are you're from the ANC, is that correct?
Yes, I am.
Yeah. Yeah, go ahead. Identify yourself for the record, please, ma'am.
Hi, my name is Courtney Carlson, Courtney. Carlson, Carlson. I'm the chair of ANC 3F.
Ms. Guzman. I cannot hear you, Ms. Guzman. Although you're on mute, I cannot hear you.
You may need to check for audio source.
I still can't hear you, ma'am. So maybe you need to.
I'll chat with her.
Okay. All right. So I know that Ms. Guzman from the ANC is also there too. So ma'am, maybe you can log off and come back on
Can
because
you hear me now?
yes, I can hear you, ma'am. So
Okay. Sorry.
please identify yourself for the record.
Okay. Sue Guzman, Commissioner of Single Member District 3FO2, SUE, last name GUZMAN.
Good afternoon. All right. Good afternoon and welcome. I know that this hearing was supposed to start at 1:30, but as you know that our morning ran late. And today, based on matters that's beyond my control, we have to end this hearing at 5:30. Okay, it's a hard stop at 5:30. And it is, as you know, that when I try to have hearings, we try to finish hearings, but unfortunately today it's the beginning of the fiscal year, and so we have a hard stop that we need to end this hearing at 5:30. So if we're unable to end this hearing by 5:30, it has to be continued to another to another day. So I just want to advise of parties that if we're able to present your evidence, the testimony evidence, and if we can finish this hearing today, we will try to finish it today. But if not, it has to be continued to another day. I guess let's start off with you, Mr. Whitley. Are there any preliminary matters that you want to bring to the attention of the board? You're on mute, Mr. Whitley.
I apologize, Chairman Anderson. I do have one preliminary matter. It's up to the board, of course, but I would ask the board to make a proffer of the protestants' witnesses because it seems as though the testimony that they plan to offer is irrelevant on its face and completely based on speculation. And I know I have a chance to test the veracity of that, but I just wanted to bring that to, especially since we have a curtailed time frame, bring that to the board's attention to see if they agree that any of this testimony would be irrelevant on its face based on speculation.
Well, I think we're a little premature there, Mr. Whitley, and in the sense that, or you know what? I was supposed to do something which I have not done. So maybe once I've done this, then it will answer your question. I have some new instructions that I need to review. So let me review these instructions and maybe, all right. Hold on 1 minute. Let me see. All right. All right, so this case will begin with opening statements, starting with the applicant. Hold on 1 minute, please. Hold on. All right. This case will begin with opening statements, starting with the applicant. The board will then call its witness to present the protest report, and then the applicant will present its case in chief, followed by the protestant. The applicant may then elect to present a rebuttal case, and if so, the protestant will be afforded the same opportunity. The parties will then proceed to closing statements, and afterwards I will ask the parties if they intend to file proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law. Please note Please note that each party's case in chief, cross-examination, and rebuttal case are limited to no more than 1.5 hours. Therefore, please manage your time accordingly. Please remember that evidence introduced in the PIP will not be considered by the board unless it is introduced into evidence as an exhibit during the hearing. This means that you should remember to formally introduce all evidence that you intend for the board to consider during your case in chief. Furthermore, to the extent any third party has sent letters or emails regarding this case or comments appeared on the board's agenda, the board will not consider any of these submissions in deciding this case unless they are provided by a witness or introduced by a party as an exhibit. If there are no questions, we will begin and proceed with the applicant's opening statement. So basically what I'm saying to Mr. Whitley, the way the protest hearing goes is that the board will call his witness, which is the investigator. The investigator will present his case report, and will ask some questions of the investigator of his case report. The board members will also have questions of the investigator of his case report. After the board members have asked questions, you'll have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once you have asked questions of the investigator, then Mr. Mixon will have an opportunity to ask questions of the investigator. Once that's dispensed with, then you will put your case in chief on, and then we can find out what witnesses you have. After you put your case in chief on, then the protestant will put their case in chief on, and then we could ask for, at that juncture, we can ask for a proffer of what witnesses they have and what it is that the witness is going to testify. So it's somewhat premature. So why don't we wait until the protestant is going to put their case on, which is hopefully today, or I'm not sure if we'll be able to complete that today. Are there any other preliminary matters that that can be addressed?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Mixon.
Regarding witness availability and the time frame to complete today, due to the unexpected delay in the commencement of today's hearing, multiple of our witnesses are experiencing time delays or time crunches around hard stops. We anticipated that we would have already gotten around to protestant's case in chief at some point today, and so we're afraid that several of witnesses necessary to meet our case will be unavailable very shortly. So we'd ask that applicant's case in chief be presented today and protestants be continued to the next available board date to accommodate the limited time.
That works. I don't see a problem with that. Excuse me. That will make our life even that much easier, in a sense that all right. So there's a protest here, and then I guess I'm going to ask a question. What questions are made to be asked? And so I'm going to ask a question. Is it that Mr. Mixon, as far as the protestants is concerned, is it the protestants' position that the board should not grant this license?
The protestant is seeking denial, yes, Mr. Chair.
Fine, then I don't need to. All right, that's fine. All right. So the way the case will move then is that we'll do opening statements, and so once Mr. Whitley, you can do an opening statement, and then once you have done your opening statement, Mr. Mixon can do an opening statement today, or whenever he's presenting his case, he can reserve to do his opening statement at that time. All right. So, Mr. Whitley, do you have an opening statement you wish to make, sir?
Chairman. So yes, the applicants contends that the protestants' challenge to their applications are based on outdated information, based on speculation, and not actual fact or actual harm, based on alleged violations that have long since been mitigated, prejudicially omits material facts, and the protestants' alleged harm is not traceable to the applicant, who has ceased their business operations during the application process. Specifically, the protestants claim that the applicant has previously violated Title VII of the DC Code, is stale, as it is based on information over a year old and a notice of infraction that was dismissed. Also, protestants claim that the applicant will have an adverse impact on vehicular or pedestrian safety is also rebutted because by the protest report filed by investigator Parker, there's information that contradicts that there would be any adverse impact on vehicular or pedestrian safety, and that any claims raised by the protestants are based completely on speculation because Canar, the applicant, has been not operating since since August of 2024 in order to maintain strict compliance with Title VII and ABCA's policies and regulations. And we will ask that the board decline to reject or deny the applicant's application and allow them to proceed.
Thank you. Do you wish to, Mr. Mixon, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, I will at this time.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, members of the board, the evidence and testimony in today's hearing will show that the medical cannabis retailer license with which the applicant Canna Art has applied for is inappropriate for the proposed location, both for reasons of vehicular and pedestrian safety and because of the applicant's track record of violations of DC Code Title VII. You will hear from two residents of the neighborhood, one of whom is an expert in pedestrian safety, who will describe the ongoing concerns residents have with vehicular pedestrian safety around the complex, high traffic intersections between Connecticut Ave and Fessenden Street, as well as Connecticut Ave and Nebraska Ave. These intersections are regularly trafficked by school children walking to the nearby Mersch Elementary School, Deal Middle School, and Jackson Reed High School, as well as senior citizens walking to nearby senior centers, and longstanding concerns about their safety as they cross these busy streets raises questions about the appropriateness of adding a new licensed establishment to this location. Furthermore, you will hear how this establishment has been the subject of investigation by the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection and ABCA for business operations in violation of district licensing laws. You will see evidence demonstrating that the applicant has previously operated this business as a cannabis retailer without licensure by ABCA and has received a formal warning letter for the following infractions. 1, illegally selling cannabis in violation of DC Code 7-1671.08F and 48-904.01 AAB. 2, illegally distributing or dispensing cannabis on the premises in a manner not authorized by DC law in violation of DC Code 7-1671.08. 3, illegally displaying advertising related to cannabis in violation of DC Code 7-1671.06B. And 4, illegally making claims that they operated in compliance with the legalization of possession of minimal amounts of marijuana for personal use initiative of 2014 or I-71 in violation of 7-1671.06C-1. This applicant did not apply during the open application period for unlicensed establishments to transition to legal operations established by DC Code 7-1671.06B, and as such was not entitled to operate as a cannabis retailer between May and August of 2024. This record of noncompliance with district laws has raised serious concerns about the ability of this business to abide by the law going forward, and those concerns have been voiced by numerous community stakeholders, including neighbors, DC Council member for Ward 3, Matthew Fruman, and Van Ness Main Street, whose board member, Stan Wall, is here today to testify. Mr. Wall's testimony will emphasize how the continued operation of a business that flouts the law threatens to interfere with the continued safety and economic prosperity of the Connecticut Avenue corridor. After the close of today's proceedings, we ask that you deny this application for licensure.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. All right, I'm trying to. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get some information. I apologize. All right, the board will start with this first witness, and it's where's sorry. Mr. Parker, are you the individual who wrote the case report?
Yes.
Okay, hold on. I'm trying to get a hold of the case report. So just give me 1 minute, sir. But while I'm waiting, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. DeMarcus Parker, ABCA investigator.
Spell your name for the record, please, sir.
First name DeMarcus, DeMarcus. Last name Parker, Parker.
And where are you currently employed, sir?
With ABCA.
All right. So hold on 1 minute.
Let me see.
Okay. All right. All right. So, do you have access to your case report?
Yes.
Mr.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's fine. Can you identify the document that's on? Can you identify the document that that's on the screen, sir?
This is the protest report that was prepared by myself for Canard LLC.
All right, so let me ask you a question. All right, so do you know who the protestants are in this case?
Yes, hold please. The protesters are, I think it's the ANC 3F.
And what is so? All right. Did you get an opportunity to speak to the protestant?
Yes.
And who did you speak to?
I spoke with Ms. Sue Guzman.
And so, what information, if any, were you able to gather based on your conversation with the ANC?
The information that was informed to me is that when I spoke with her, that the ANC will be moving forward with the protest due to school zoning.
What do you mean by school zoning?
That the business itself was inside of a school zone and it should not be operating as a cannabis medical retailer.
All right, so okay, so let's move on then. So tell me about the zoning of the proposed area for this establishment.
The zoning is a mixed use. It's in the mixed use area 3A zone. It's provides the development of permit of a broad range of commercial institution and multiple dwelling units, residential development at varying densities. It permit medium density mixed use development and be located on arterial streets in uptown and regional centers at a rapid transit stops. Schools, according to the zoning.
Yeah, hold on. I'm going to ask a question, sir. So I don't necessarily need you to read your report. I know this is your first hearing because I've never had a hearing with you, but just wait for me to ask the questions and then I'll guide you where I want to go. So tell me about. I think in your report, then it talks about schools. So share with me about schools in the area, sir.
According to my investigation, the schools that there was no school within the 400 feet of that proposed location.
But your report says explain to me your report because you stated that the protestant said that there is a school and then I'm reading your report. So can you explain to me what this section regarding the schools, sir?
Well, according to the GIS information created on June, which was created on June 26th of 2024, there was no recreation centers within the 400 feet of the proposed location, but J&E Elementary School is located within the 400 feet, according to Exhibit 3. Once we get to that part, I would.
So explain that to me. So if there's a school located within 400 feet. I mean, is this how can this establishment, how can we grant a license if there's a school located within 400 feet?
Not sure if you can grant a license if it's within a 400 feet per my investigation.
Well, well, I guess explain. You said Exhibit 3, so let's go to
Okay.
Exhibit 3,
Well,
and maybe you can explain to me what Exhibit 3
okay.
is.
Before we get to Exhibit 3, I need to put on the record that one of my exhibits was not entered into the exhibits, but it was let's see, which was Exhibit 3 would be not Exhibit 3, which would be Exhibit 2.
All right, well, we'll get there. I'm at
Okay.
Exhibit 3, so because we're talking about schools, and you
Okay.
talked about Exhibit 3. So what is Exhibit 3?
Exhibit 3, should be the GIS mapping, which is I just showing here, which is showing Exhibit 2. According to the GIS mapping, there are no recreation centers, which I read previously. From the establishment, there is one cannabis facility within the 400 feet. There are no ABC licensed establishments located at this address. This appears to be a retail space that is addressed in the zone of mixed use.
All right, so you're saying no. So what is okay? I guess what's labeled here what is Exhibit 2 that's labeled here in your report?
The Exhibit 2 that is labeled here is the GIS mapping. The actual Exhibit 2 that was supposed to be listed here was supposed to be the zoning map, which is not listed at this time.
All right. Okay, so what's the purpose of the GIS map?
The purpose of the GIS map is to show the area in which the zoning covers. If there's any schools there, if there's any other businesses within the area that will actually just to show there's no school, to show the areas of the school, if there's any schools in the area that is not permitted to be for the business not to be permitted to be as a retail establishment.
All right, hold on. All right, okay. Close your screen for a minute, please. All right. All right, let's close your screen. Hold on. Okay, hold on. Close your screen for a minute, please, sir. I need to go into executive session for a minute. So I'm gonna hold on. So the board needs to go into executive session. So hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the district. Hold on, Mr. Parker. The board is going to go into executive session. So hold on, please. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2-575 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting for the purpose of seeking legal advice from our counsel on case number 25 PRO 00053 Kanar Art, pursuant to DC Official Code Section 2-575B4A of the Open Meetings Act, and deliberate, just to go into executive to get some legal advice. So I make I will now take is there a second?
Mr. Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant has seconded the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
Quinn, I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-0. You stay. The board is going to log off. We're going to go into executive session, and we'll be right back. Okay, so everyone stay online. All the board members log off and log into executive session, and we'll be right back. Okay, thank you. All right, we're back on the record. I'm waiting for one additional. I don't see you, Mr. Mixon. So, there you are. I'm waiting for Miss Quinn to log back on. All right. Excuse me. The board went into executive session, and because based on the testimony that I was eliciting from the investigator, I was concerned, in the sense that by operational law, if there is a school located within 400 feet of an establishment, a license cannot be granted. And so, when in asking questions of the investigator, he stated that Janney Elementary School was located within 400 feet of the Mr. Raga, I'm sorry, Mr. how do you pronounce your name, sir? Yeah, thank you. You have. I need everyone to, if you're not speaking, I need everyone to mute their lines. Okay. All right. And so that's the reason I went to the executive session, because it is like, why are we moving forward with a hearing if our investigator is stating that there is a school within 400 feet of the establishment? And so therefore, that's why the board went into executive session to consult with our legal office to get some clarification whether or not it was why we moving forward with this hearing. And so so we're now back. And so I now need to go back to the investigator to I need you, sir, to provide some clarification on the GIS map and the school that you state is located within 400 feet of this establishment. So can you stated that the GIS map that's in the record is Exhibit 2. And so can you so explain to me, you said you said that Janney's elementary school is located within 400 feet of this establishment. Where is this? Where is Janney Elementary School? And where is it? And what does the GIS map state, sir?
First, sir, I want to apologize for the report. The report has a typo. Like I said, this is the second report I have written, and the first one I'm testifying to, but it has a typo. So, going back to that, Janney Elementary School is not located in that 400 feet zone.
No, so I'm sorry. So let's go back to Exhibit 2, which is explain to me what is Exhibit 2.
Exhibit 2 here is the GIS mapping, which shows there is no recreation centers or schools located within 400 feet from the establishment. There is also.
Go ahead, sir.
Okay, but there is one cannabis facility within the 400 feet. There are no ABC license established located at this address. This appears to be a retail space. The address is zoned which is misuse 3A.
Okay, all right. All right, so I'm going back to your report. So can you describe can you describe the characteristics there of the neighborhood?
The characteristic of the neighborhood is a retail establishment. Hold on, the retail establishment with businesses surrounding the area, as far as convenience stores, other retail establishments, coffee shops, stuff.
So what are the is this establishment open?
It is open as a art store.
So what are the proposed hours of operation for this establishment?
The proposed operations is, let me go back to my report. from 10 a.m. to 9. Hours of operation is 10 a.m. to 9 p.m. Hours for the public, for the hours of the sales to the public are from 11 a.m. to 8 p.m.
Now, is this within the established hours of operation for cannabis establishment?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to observe the space?
Yes, sir.
And when did you have that? When did you go visit the space?
I visited on 8/5, August the 5th of 2025. My arrival time was 12:15. I stayed there. I was observed the area for 10 minutes, which was no activity in the area, no foot traffic at the time. And that was on a Tuesday. Then I went back on a Thursday of 8/7/2025, 2:50 p.m. and during the operating hours of the art store. I exited the premises at 3:12 p.m.
So now, did you actually go inside the establishment?
Yes.
So you said it's operating as an art store. Explain that to me, please.
Yes, I went into the establishment and spoke with the clerk there, and when I went in, she was um, speaking with some other clients that was there. They were actually looking at art and stuff inside the store. As I was speaking, as she came to me, I actually spoke with her. She stated that yeah, the business was opening as an art store, and that the owner of the business was trying to move it to a cannabis retail establishment.
Wow. All right. Let me see. All right, I don't have any other questions. Any questions by any other board member? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yes. Good afternoon. Investigator Parker, when you went into the store, the only items you saw for sale were artwork, was artwork. You didn't see anything else, pipes, bongs, hookahs, tobacco product, accessories?
No, sir. When I went in, all I observed was paintings and whatnots inside the business. I actually went down into the basement, observed where paintings and stuff were actually boxed up as she was, I guess, trying to get herself together to move the establishment to another facility.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Whitley, any questions of the investigator?
Yes, Chairman, a few. Hello, good afternoon or good evening to you, Investigator Parker. So I just have some questions about this 400 feet thing. I just want to establish something. Are you familiar?
Mr. Whitley, there's nothing to establish. There is no school within 400 feet of this establishment, so we don't need to go there, sir. Okay?
Okay.
It was confirmed through the GIS system, so this is not an issue. I mean, there might be issues regarding a school, but there is no issue regarding whether or not there is a school within 400 feet of the establishment, sir. So let's move on from there.
Yes, Chairman Anderson, but just one question. Would it be reasonable if I confirm that the applicant is actually grandfathered under the 300-foot rule, and the 300-foot rule is actually applicable in this case and not the 400-foot rule?
I don't know, sir. So I'm just saying that the information that was the information that was provided to us is that there is no school within 400 feet of this establishment. And if that's the case, we don't need to go into that any discussions regarding that, sir. Okay.
Very well. Investigator Parker, so you said that the makeup of the area that where Can Art is, where the applicant is, you said that the makeup of that area contained other businesses. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And you said that there were coffee businesses, and other retail businesses, and other restaurants, correct?
Right.
Now, was that consistent on both sides of the street or just one side of the street? Like, so is one side of the street commercial and the other side of the street uh, retail, or is the whole block, both sides of the street, commercial instead of retail, I should say?
In that area, both sides of the streets are retail.
Okay. Now, you said that you did go inside the building. And you said that you were on, I guess, the entry floor that you walked in, and you said that you went to the basement. Were there any other floors that were associated with the business?
No.
Okay. So, to the best of your knowledge, you basically canvassed the entire premises of the applicant.
Yes.
Okay. Now, while you on either visit to the establishment, did you see did you first of all, did you observe the odor of marijuana?
I did not.
Did you observe anyone consuming marijuana?
No.
Did you see anyone consuming or using any other illicit drugs?
No.
Right. Now, you said that when you entered the establishment, the second time it was doing ongoing business operation. It said that there were some clients that were in there. Did you notice anything cannabis related with those clients whatsoever? In that, I guess I don't know if it was a transaction. I don't know if they actually purchased something or were just browsing. But did you notice any cannabis exchanges? Do you hear any verbiage related to cannabis or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Now, the art that you spoke of, you said that you observed art in the building. Now, was that art general art, or was that art just cannabis related art? Like, could you speak to the nature of the art in the building?
Well, the nature of the art was basically paintings of um, musical artists. I think basketball players. Has multiple paintings of everything. It's not even. I can't say that I observed anything cannabis related as far as a painting.
Understood. Now, did anything about the building seem attractive to children? Were there, for instance, were there like pictures of candy or pictures of cartoons or any, whether it's cannabis related or not? But was there anything that promoted that the business was promoting that would attract children?
No.
All right. During your investigation, did you happen to be on that in that neighborhood when school was either people were either going to school in the morning or they were coming from school in the afternoon?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, did the business, did anything about the business impede the traffic of those or impede the travel of those school age children either going to school in the morning or coming from school in the afternoon?
No.
When you observed those children that were either coming from school or going from school, were they accompanied by parents or were they just mostly just walking by themselves?
Actually, I didn't observe any students or parents or at that time going into school. Like I said, the hours that I was there was noontime, mostly time around noontime. Most of the kids are in school, and the 2:50 p.m. hours that I was there, they were normally exiting school. But I didn't see anything that would impede any school traffic or students.
And so, based on your report too, you also reported on the effects of the establishment on the peace, order, and quiet of the neighborhood. What was your conclusions in your report related to the peace, order, and quiet of the establishment as it relates to the neighborhood?
The conclusion of my report was that the establishment is located. The area is not a high traffic area as far as foot traffic. From what I observed throughout my investigation, it seems to be a more community based type area with you know, like I said, with a light foot traffic. You do have a metro bus area there, but like I said, once again, it's light foot traffic from my investigation.
Absolutely understood. Now, you also gave a conclusion about the investigative history, whether the applicant has any violations on record related to ABCA, related to any ABCA investigations. What were your conclusions there?
I did not have any conclusions as, hold on, let me make sure.
I'm looking at page 5 of your report.
Page 5, okay. Yeah, there were no applicable violations upon my investigation that I saw.
Absolutely. And now going to the in your report, right? So on page 3 in your report, you list the proposed hours of operation of the business. And we have 2 columns, right? We have the hours of operation, then the hours of sales open to the public. Can you explain the difference between hours of operation and hours of sales open to the public?
The hours of operation, I'm just thinking is as far as the hours of operation is mean opening the employees, getting into the business, opening up, setting up, getting things prepared for the public. The 11 o'clock hour is the hours of them, the public coming in to be able to, and for the business to be able to make the sales within those hours.
Absolutely. And with your observance and your experience, if a business began operating at 11 a.m., would it typically avoid the morning school traffic?
No.
So at 11 a.m.,
Yeah, you say would it avoid the school traffic at 11?
so I could ask it that way. If a business opens its hours of operation at 11 a.m., would it typically avoid the morning school traffic?
Yes. It was.
And my last question is, as an investigator, do you also enforce the ABCA policies and the laws in the District of Columbia?
Yes.
Okay. So are there regulations and enforcement against medical cannabis companies displaying or advertising products that would be enticing or attractive to children? Isn't that prohibited in the medical cannabis market?
It is.
And if a business were to do that, that business would be enforced upon, correct?
Repeat that one more time, Chris.
So if you or any other ABCA investigator, right,
Yes.
observed a medical cannabis company that was displaying imagery to children that were attracted to children or doing things that were enticing to children, that's an enforceable offense. And if an investigator saw that, they would have to enforce against that company, correct?
Yes.
Indeed. And just to be clear, I know I asked before, but I just want to make sure. In your record, in your report, there are no violations against the applicant Canna Art with ABCA, based on your knowledge, correct?
Well, prior to this investigation, it was there was none. But afterwards, after the report was filed, I did observe that there was a warning issued later after the report was submitted.
Okay, so let me clarify that. So are you saying that you discovered the existence of a warning letter after you submitted your report, or was a warning letter issued to the applicant after you completed your report?
Yes.
Which one?
After I completed my report.
So is your
all right. Mr. Parker, listen to the question, please. Listen carefully to the question and answer the question.
Yes. So my question is this. You spoke of a warning letter, right? And we're trying to get the timing of the warning letter, right? So my question is, did you discover the existence of the warning letter? Let me ask you this. Let me be specific. Do you know when that warning letter was issued?
It was, according to my knowledge, it was issued last year. I can't remember the exact date, but I recall it was issued last year.
Roger that.
But I discovered it once again, like I said, I discovered it after the fact.
Okay, so yes, so I just want to be clear. There was a warning letter issued last year, right? To your knowledge, and you only discovered the existence of that warning letter after you conducted your inspection, correct?
Right.
Okay, but the warning letter itself was not issued after your inspection.
No.
Roger that. No further questions.
All right, Mr. Mixon.
Mr. Chair, at this time, I'd just ask that the board take judicial notice of page 2 of the, or administrative notice, apologies, of the page 2 of the protest report, specifically the header that says protest issues. It notes 2 protest factors that would be applicable if this were an application for a alcohol license. However, in the medical cannabis licensing statute, a different set of protest issues are relevant. And to correct the record, those 2 protest issues are purported violations of Title VII and vehicular and pedestrian safety.
Hold on. All right, Mr. Mixon, hold on. Let's put a pause in that for a minute. Do you have any questions for the investigator?
None at this time.
Oh, you don't? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Parker, for your testimony today. All right. Okay. What's the issue that what's the clarification you're trying to bring to the attention of the board, sir?
Just that the to make sure that the board and all parties are on the same page with respect to the relevant protest issues in this case, of which it seems that a set of protest issues relevant to an alcohol license are listed in the protest report and not those relevant to a cannabis license.
So you're saying that, so Mr. Mixon, if the investigator made an error, why didn't you he was here to testify, why didn't you ask him to clarify that issue, sir?
Judicial economy.
You're just making my life even more interesting as the afternoon goes along. Not because you're spending the entire day with us, Mr. Mixon. That all right, okay. Exhibit 1 in the report has the protest notice, the protest issue. Why the ANC is protesting the issue. I'm not quite sure what is in the case report, but as we are here today because stand-in was granted to the protestant at the roll call hearing. So because stand-in was granted to the ANC at the roll call hearing, it's clear to me that the ANC met the standard for a cannabis protest. So if there's an error in the case report itself, I stand with the fact that the ANC was granted stand-in at the protest hearings. I'm sorry, the roll call hearing, because the board agent at that hearing determined that the standards to protest a cannabis establishment was met by the ANC. Okay.
Understood. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. All right. So, all right. Hold on 1 minute. Let me see. All right. Hold on, please. All right. All right. All right. Okay, Mr. Whitley. Because how many witnesses do you have, Mr. Whitley?
Two. If special investigator, I'm sorry, supervisory investigator Peru testifies, then 2. If not, 1, Mr. Ragami.
All right, all right. So no, I just want to make sure so I can finish your case today. All right. So I know that you had subpoenaed witnesses, and I believe that I'll find out from we'll call your first witness and let me get clarification whether or not supervisory investigator Peru is available as per your subpoena. So call your first witness, sir.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Hold on 1 minute. Hold on, please. Hold on. Do you want to, all right, I was told that Supervisor Investigator Peru is available. Do you want to call your witnesses out of order so we can have?
I can call my witness out of order to accommodate. Yes.
All right, so then Supervisor Investigator Peru is available. Mr. Peru, can you raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, your witness, sir. Okay.
Great. Good evening, Supervisory Investigator Peru. Could you
Hey, Mr.
please?
Whitley, how are you?
I can't complain. Good to see you. So could you please state and spell your name for the record?
Jason Peru, JASON PERU.
Outstanding. So right now, you are a supervisory investigator at ABCA. Is that correct?
Correct.
All right. How long have you served in that role?
Since 2018.
And what are your duties in that role?
To conduct investigations and inspections of businesses in District of Columbia that are licensed by ABCA.
And does your role, your duties include enforcement actions and I guess serving or initiating enforcement actions?
Correct. Enforcement against cannabis enforcement actions on licensed establishments in the district.
Okay. And so some of the is issuing a warning letter one of the enforcement practices that you have authority to do?
It is.
Outstanding. Besides warning letters, are there other forms of enforcement that you're capable of?
There are.
What are some of those other types of enforcement?
Issuing cease and desist against businesses, padlocking and closing businesses for illegal activities. The board has the authority to fine businesses.
Okay. So if you were to, on a scale of 1 to 10, right? 1 being the least severe, 10 being the most severe, where would a warning letter lie?
I think it's pretty obvious. A warning letter is the beginning of a process of enforcement. It's a start of an enforcement action, notifying the business of their infraction and giving them a chance to correct that infraction.
Okay. So a warning letter is not necessarily punitive. It's more, for lack of a better term, I don't want to say educational, but it's notice, right? It's notice, essentially, right? More so than punitive. Would you agree or not?
I agree. I like the word educational. That's the way I presented it when we started doing enforcement last year.
Okay. Okay. And let me ask, so part of the reason why you were doing the warning letter, is that because there was confusion? People were at least claiming that there was confusion on what was legal and what was not legal. And I don't know what was going on behind the scenes, but was the warning letter part of, like you saying, educating the public on what was legal and what was not legal and trying to dispel rumors?
Correct. February 1st of 2024, the laws got changed and an enforcement bill was enacted. And as part of that bill, to give everybody a fair opportunity to shut down businesses on their own, we started the task force. And the first step of the task force, per the statute, was to issue warnings. So I went around and issued over, I don't know, 100-something warnings got issued during a time period.
Outstanding. Now, if you appeared at a location, you didn't just have to issue a warning letter. If there's something egregious or something like that, you could use all the quills, all the arrows in your quiver, right? Is that true?
Yes and no. At the beginning, the statute required, mandated warnings be issued first, until the statute was later changed and the enforcement actions made a little more direct and aggressive. And the warning letter was actually eliminated from the law at some point last year.
Okay. Okay. Do you recall issuing a warning letter against Canna Art, the applicant?
I do.
Okay. Do you recall whether that was around on or about August 6th, 2024?
It was.
Okay. And again, I know you kind of stated it, but just specifically with Canna Art, what was the point and what was the purpose of issuing this warning letter?
Well, Canna Art was on my list of unlicensed operators in the District of Columbia, like many others. And I took my joint cannabis task force to pay them a visit, like I did to other shops in the district. And during that visit, there was cannabis products and cannabis flower being offered for sale. And at that point in time, a warning was issued by myself.
Indeed. And do you recall the infractions that you listed on that warning letter?
I have a copy of the warning letter pulled up, so I can cite it if you want, but or you can pull it up if you have it to show it. But
Sure,
yes,
sure.
it was essentially engaging in illegal activity of selling, exchanging, delivering cannabis.
Okay. Um, Now, after you issued that warning letter on August 6, 2024, were you notified or did you have any conversation with CanArt? Did they reach out to you after receiving that warning letter? Do you recall?
Yeah, it's been a while, but yes, I remember conversations, absolutely, because they had a about applying and getting a conditional license at some point. I offered, as part of education, guidance
Okay.
on how an operator that we're issuing infractions to can in fact apply for a license.
Okay. And so after the warning letter, did you ever return to CanArt to issue any subsequent enforcement actions?
I returned for inspections. However, no actions were seen that warranted further action.
And so, to your knowledge, even after these inspections by yourself, by Investigator Parker, ABCA has not issued any other infractions, fines, enforcement actions whatsoever against CanArt. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And while you were visiting CanArt, was the business operating or was it just closed when you inspected?
Then which time are you referring to?
Either time that you inspected, was the business open? 'Cause like so similar to Investigator Parker, he made two trips. One trip the business wasn't open. One trip the business was open. So was that similar with you? One trip the business was open. One trip the business wasn't open.
Yeah, well, obviously
Just
it was
trying to
it
get a
was it
feel.
was open the day of the task force and the day of the warning. I was physically inside.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah.
other attempts to visit the place, it was closed. And then some days it was found open. So it wasn't consistently open after that juncture. And once again, no illegal activity was um, confirmed by myself or my team.
Okay. Now, what do you mean by that? When you say no illegal activity was confirmed, were there allegations of illegal activity?
Correct.
And that's what prompted the inspections. But upon your inspections, no illegal activity was observed.
Correct.
Indeed. Have you gotten any? So, besides the allegations, have you gotten any direct complaints against CanArt? Um, uh, like, has a random citizen approach you? Are you the applicant inspector? Can I get a business card? These people just sold my son cannabis, and I want you to go enforce them. Has anything like that happened with you in CanArt?
Not in that capacity, but in the capacity of anonymous complaints have come
Okay.
into ABCA with concerns that they continue to sell and continue to operate as an unlicensed cannabis retailer.
Gotcha. And when were those complaints? When was the most recent complaint?
It's been a couple months. I can't pinpoint the
Okay.
time of the complaint because the complaints come in many forms, and sometimes it comes in the form of just a phone call saying, "Hey, I think these guys are operating still," or a message. But yeah, there's multiple forms of complaints the way they come into me.
Okay. So all of the complaints that come into you, are they credible?
All complaints are looked into. Not everything is found to be or discovered to be for what it is.
Right. And that's the case with CanArt. It seems like you've gotten numerous complaints, anonymous, what have you. But based on ABCA's inspection, those complaints didn't match up with what you observed.
Mr. Whitley, like I stated, I've served one action against CanArt, and that one action was served based on my investigation, based on my continued investigation, and therefore I issued that warning letter. Since then, no other actions have been conducted by me. No other enforcement has been taken by me based on any investigations that I conducted.
Okay. Now, when you say by you, right? Are you speaking for, because you are the supervisory investigator? So that means you personally, or you, the Department of ABCA enforcement?
Me personally setting up operations or investigations to determine if illegal sales are taking place.
Okay. And none of those, other than the warning letter and the initial task force, none of those operations, investigations, as you think, have turned up anything negative towards CanArt, correct?
Correct.
All right. And I asked investigator Parker this, but I just want to be sure. There are already regulations that prohibit a medical cannabis from doing anything that essentially would attract children, right? Matter of fact, can a child enter a medical establishment?
Must be 18 and over with a doctor's medical note, or 21 and over to self-certify.
Okay. So no one under 18, so no one under 21, but if you're under 21, if you're between 18 and 21, you needed a parent to accompany you. Is that correct?
You need a doctor's note to
A doctor's note.
certify that you can obtain medical cannabis.
Okay. But regulatory wise, a medical cannabis establishment does not let children in.
Correct.
Have you ever issued any type of enforcement act against any medical cannabis company that's a medical cannabis licensed medical cannabis company that's operating? Have you ever issued an infraction because they let someone in that was under 21?
No, as of to date, I have not.
Okay. But and there's also medical cannabis laws that regulate against or prohibit the advertising of products that are attractive to children. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And is that something that you monitor pretty excessively? I know at the last hearing you guys were talking about packaging and everything like that. Is that something that you monitor heavily?
Yeah, all packaging and labeling must be approved by ABCA licensing, not by me, not by Jason Peru himself. It is submitted through the ABCA licensing portal. It's reviewed by the board, and then the licensing is approved. And the approval is based on a statute, like you stated, images depicting children, cartoon images, or anything that could attract a child is prohibited.
Okay. And also in your experience, right? With the medical cannabis companies in general, do you observe often when you're investigating these companies, people loitering in front of these companies and smoking marijuana?
Not so much
Medical
with them.
cannabis companies.
No, the medical retailers, that kind of activity is not observed. No.
Have you had any enforcements with? So I'm sure there are some medical cannabis companies that are within 300 feet of a school. In your history of enforcement and observations, have there been any children that have wandered into a licensed medical cannabis store or had a negative interaction with the medical cannabis store in the District of Columbia?
Not to my direct knowledge.
And we just want to be certain, right? This whole hearing is about CanArt's application as a medical licensed establishment, correct?
Yes, sir.
Indeed. I have no further questions.
Mr. Mixon.
Yes, I have a question. Investigator Peru, could you please, if you could you estimate approximately how many complaints the agency may have received related to this establishment?
Probably, I mean, maybe less than less than 20, maybe more than 10, give or take. It's always the same type of complaint that would come in, from the neighborhood, from the ANCs, or from anonymous sources concerned that the illegal operations were still taking place.
Have you personally observed violations of DC Code Title VII at the establishment?
Not since the original warning was issued. No other violations were observed.
But at that time, though, correct?
I'm sorry. Yes, at the
time of the warning.
Yes.
Yes. Was the establishment held open for business after the period of time ABCA allowed for unlicensed establishments to be grandfathered in to continued operation until licensure?
Are you talking about the March 31st deadline?
Yes. Did they apply after a period of time that ABCA would have permitted unlicensed establishments to be safe from enforcement?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what application period they applied in. To be honest with you, I'd have to check back on that. I'm assuming the application period for unlicensed businesses was from November of 23 to January of 24. I do not believe CanArt applied in that time period.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the principal operator of the establishment?
Gentleman on the screen
that
you're referring to?
Yes. Could you say his name?
Yeah, Sajmir Pirogami. I believe I spoke to him once or twice. I cannot remember. It's been so many people. I get so many calls, as you can imagine.
Right.
I believe after the first actions, we had a couple conversations, but recently I have not spoken to him. No.
Are you familiar with him from the operation of any other cannabis establishments, licensed or unlicensed, in the district?
Not ringing a bell. Maybe you can ring it for me if he is associated with somewhere else.
No, that'll be all for now. No further questions, Mr. Chair.
Any other questions by any other board members? Let's see. Mr. Peru, normally, you stated that you have received maybe more than 10, but less than 20 complaints regarding this establishment. So once ABCA receives a complaint, what happens? Walk us through the process.
Well, we get so many complaints about unlicensed businesses or potentially or allegedly doing stuff. So it gets queued in, and I flag it for a follow-up investigation, a follow-up. Lately, to be quite frank, my follow-up just goes straight to doing an undercover operation. I'm no longer popping in on places and saying, "Hey, how you doing, guys? This is who I am." That kind of so essentially, I'll initiate an undercover operation. I'll do surveillance on the business to look for activity, to see if the business is operating, if it's even open for business at all, and go from there. And if I deem that there's no activity, then there's no further actions. If I continue to get complaints, I'll try again and multiple times to do undercover operations and undercover buys. And to be quite frank, in this case, I did. I made multiple attempts to purchase cannabis out of this location long after my warning was given, and with a negative result.
Any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Peru, what do you mean by negative result?
Mr. Jones?
Yes, sir. Sorry, no sales were made.
Any other questions by any other board members? Mr. Mixon?
No, Mr. Chair.
Any questions? Mr. Whitley, any redirect? Brief redirect if you have any, Mr. Whitley. You are on mute, Mr. Whitley.
I apologize. Yes, I do have one thing that's pertinent. Mr. Peru, you said that the unlicensed application round was from November 2023, I believe, to January 2024, correct?
Yes, sir.
But there were other licensing rounds after that. After the unlicensed round ended in January, I think 31st or 30th, 2024, there were 2 subsequent rounds, correct? That people could have applied in, right?
Social equity and standard, correct.
Correct. And if the applicant is standing here today, that means they had to submit an application in one of those other rounds, correct?
Correct, but to Mr. Nixon's point, they were not protected under the law that allowed unlicensed operators to continue to operate until March 31st of this year. So only unlicensed operators were allowed to do that per the statute. The other application rounds from standard to social equity could not operate under that law.
I appreciate that, Mr. Peru, but I'm asking, like, Attorney Mixon has had his opportunity to ask the questions, right? So now I'm asking a different line of questioning, right? And so I just wanted to establish that there were other rounds outside of the January 2024 deadline.
Yes, sir.
Right? And even though you might not know when the applicant submitted their application, it's clear that they must have submitted it during the open round to be here, correct?
Yes, sir.
Indeed. No further questions.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Peru, for your testimony. Have a great day.
Thank you, sir. You too.
Mr. Whitley, do you have another witness?
Yes, sir. Mr. Ragami.
Mr. Ragami, can you please raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm to tell the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do, sir.
Your witness, sir.
Thank you. Mr. Ragami, could you please state your full name and spell it for the record?
Saimir Ragami, SAJMIR RRAGAMI.
Indeed. What is your relationship with the applicant, Canna Art?
I am the owner and partner.
And where is Canna Art located?
Is located 5008 Connecticut Avenue Northwest in Washington, D.C. 20008 zip code.
Okay. And when did Canna Art LLC begin its business operations? At 5008 Connecticut Avenue. I apologize.
We put our doors on May 2024.
Okay. You were breaking up. Did you say May 2024?
Correct.
Okay. Are you the individual who submitted the application for a medical cannabis retailer license?
Yes, I'm the individual that submitted applications through a consulting agency.
Okay. Do you recall when that application was submitted?
Application was submitted with I don't remember, it was a deadline or starting line of July 1st, 2024.
Okay. And then were there any issues with that submission?
Yes, after Mr. Peru's visit to our establishment, we discovered, and in communicating with Mr. Peru, we discovered that the address on the license was incorrect. I guess there's 2 buildings there's next to each other, and there was a problem with the civic number, which we later corrected. So that was a problem. Yeah, with the application, the civic number was incorrect.
Hold on a minute, sir. There's something going on with your connection. Because
With
there's
mine?
yes, with your Wi-Fi connection. So you're not clear.
I can reinstate the statement again. I have full bars here. I'm not sure I can hear you guys completely well.
Am I the only one, or is there a delay in his speech?
It is intermittent.
It's a delay.
There's a delay. So your Wi-Fi, although you might have 4 bars, so your Wi-Fi is not. All right. So what I'm going to ask you to do, and against my best judgment, why don't you turn your camera off, unless you have a problem with that, Mr. Mixon?
No, sir. Thank you for the suggestion.
No, hold on. Unless you have a problem with that, Mr. Mixon.
No, Mr. Chair.
All right. Why don't you turn your camera off and let me see if it gets any better? Okay, because you're breaking up, and so maybe with the camera off, maybe it will be better. Okay, go ahead. You can turn your camera off and let me see. Okay.
Camera's off.
Go ahead, Mr. Whitley.
Okay, very well. Um, because the testimony was broken up, let me just re-ask. When was the application submitted, Mr. Regani?
Mr. Whitley, the application was submitted July 1st, 2024.
Okay. And were there any particularities or anything abnormal about the application submission?
The only particularity was that the application's civic number was incorrect. And when talking through email chain with Mr. Peru, he discovered that we did not have an application, and we then later discovered that yes, we did have an application, but the error was in this the address.
Okay. So just so we got the timeline right, it looks like you guys opened in May of 2024. Submitted a medical cannabis application in July of July 1st.
Mr. Whitley, are you testifying or are you asking questions, sir? Can you ask
I was just
questions?
making sure we got the timeline. Okay.
But he didn't. But hold on, Mr. Whitley. He didn't put in a timeline. So if you ask the witness, you just ask the witness questions, sir. Don't give him. He hasn't. I don't even know when. I'm not. I don't know if it's relevant. But if you're going to ask a question, sir, you ask him a question. You don't give him the information, sir. Okay. All right.
Yes.
Yes, Chairman. When did you begin the what was the date that you began the business? I'm trying to establish a timeline, Mr. Gunn.
So
when was the date that you opened the business?
Yes, that was in May 24, 2024, and the application was submitted in July 1st, 2024. And to your third question, yes, there was no problem submitting the application. We later found out the application went through seamlessly, but later found out through Mr. Peru that the application did not have the correct civic number on the address. So that's it.
And did you find that out after the August 6th warning letter was issued?
Correct, sir. In communicating with Mr. Peru, we found that out, yes.
Okay. Now, after August 6th, 2024, did you continue operating the business?
No, Mr. Whitley, we shut operations right away. We might have been open for art. Somebody came to pick up art and stuff like that, one here and there, but no, we shut doors pretty much until the Bold Alley offered to take the sublease.
Okay. And what was your goal when you were applying for your medical cannabis license?
Well, the goal is to our goal was to provide professional, reliable service. We have a great knowledge of the plant and its safe usage, and we want to share that knowledge with our community and the public and our clients. Educate them on the safe usage of cannabis based on individual basis, and hoping to make a profitable business to continue to inform and operate and sell cannabis that is regulated by ABCA.
I'm not sure if the board was able to hear you because you were intermittent again. So I just want to raise that. I don't know what you want to do, Mr. Chairman Anderson.
Well, you can come back and there, Mr. Origami. Your internet connection is poor.
You could try calling in.
Yeah, that sounds good. Or I can try to put it on just on cellular data. See if that helps.
On what, sir? I didn't even hear what you said.
I apologize, sir. Could you give me just 10 seconds here? Try to.
He's on a mobile device.
My Wi-Fi. Okay. I am on mobile device.
So he's going to switch to cellular to see if that's better.
Is this any better? Is this any better?
It is better. So good. Let's go ahead.
Okay.
So the answer to Mr. Whitley's question, Mr. Whitley, could you please ask me the question again?
Sure. What was your goal in applying for a medical cannabis retail license?
Oh, yes. Yeah. Well, the goal is for us to share our knowledge and our experience with the plant. We believe in the cannabis retail regulated market. We want to help the community, individuals, learn, teach them, and so they can learn its safe usage. and but make a profitable business to continue to operate.
Absolutely. Now, we spoke about August 6th and you receiving a warning letter. Did you receive any other documents besides the warning letter on August 6th,
No,
2024?
no, Ms. Whitley. No warning letters. No warning letters and no complaints either.
August 6th, that was the only thing that was issued to you was the warning letter on August 6th. Is that correct?
Correct.
Are you sure? If I showed you a document, would it refresh your memory?
Of other warning letters after
No. What I'm asking is this. Was there any other document besides the warning letter that was issued on August 6, 2024 or thereabout?
Well, there was in response to our retail I was asking ABCA for a retail cannabis license. We received the placard from ABCA, but no other warning or anything like that I could think of.
Did you receive any information from the Department of Licensing and Consumer Protection?
Yes, we have received another letter, actually, that followed up with a warning letter. There was a dismissal of the case.
Okay. I'm gonna share my screen. May I be granted access to share my screen?
Mr. Oriana, can you please allow Mr. Whitley to share his screen? And Mr. Ragamani, you can come back on camera, sir, if you can, because I think you have corrected whatever the issue is. I think it has been corrected.
All right, here I am, sir.
Okay, so you can share your screen, sir.
Great. I have to grant myself permission.
May have to log out, log back in, potentially. I believe he logged out, Chairman. He's going to log back in.
Okay.
He's back.
Outstanding. Thank you.
You're sharing your screen, sir.
Yes, Chairman. Thank you. Now, Mr. Ragami, I have a document on the screen. Are you familiar with this document?
Yeah, I am, Ms. Whitley.
What is this document?
Well, the document on the screen is the because there was two. That is an infraction which has the it's a note. Is the initial notice of infraction that we received by DLCP.
And does this look like the same notice of infraction that you received with no changes or additions to it?
Correct. That's it. That's the one.
So this is a true and accurate representation of the notice of infraction that you received?
Yeah, that is the exact correct one.
Right. So I have this marked as applicant's exhibit 10, and I'm now showing Mr. Ragami was marked as applicant's exhibit 11. Do you recognize this document, Mr. Ragami, that's now on your screen?
I do, sir. Yeah, that is the document that I referred as the follow-up. Correct.
And what do you mean by the follow-up? What does this document indicate?
Well, this document indicates that it was dismissed without prejudice, that we were found not guilty of the infractions.
Okay. Now, this document, in the same same condition, same substance as the document that you recall, correct?
Yes, correct. Is it same exact one?
At this point, Chairman Anderson, I would like to move applicants exhibits 10 and 11 into as evidence.
Mr. Mixon, any objection?
Apologies, no objections.
Without objection, exhibit 10 and 11 are moved into evidence.
Thank you. Now, moving on, now, did you notify the ANC about the dismissal of the notice of infraction?
Not me directly, but my partner Betsade had attempted. There was also an article on Forest Hill that stated something to that nature.
All right, bear with me 1 second. So, what is the Forest Hill connection, Mr. Bergami?
Oh, it's a to my understanding, is a neighborhood informational online journal for things that are happening into the neighborhood.
And when you say the neighborhood, is that what neighborhood is that?
Well, the NC3F.
Okay. So I have on the screen what's applicant's exhibit 8. And this, are you familiar with this document that shows a website? Are you familiar with this document and site?
Yes, I am. Yeah.
All right. Do you see the date of this document hovering around it? What's the date of the document?
I'll have to zoom in, but it says March 25th, 2024.
Okay. Now, what's this photo of, Mr. Bergami, in this article?
Well, that looks like our store with a name on it and still closed.
Okay. Now, what is the name of your business partner again, Mr. Bergami?
Yared Betsade.
Okay.
Can you spell that for the record, sir, please?
Yared, Yared, Betsate, Betsate.
I'm going to show you a similar but different article. So, is this that same website? I'm showing you now applicants exhibit 9. Is this that same website, the Forest Hills Connection?
It
is this
is.
the same website?
Correct.
Do you know the date of this article?
Well,
You can see it.
as everyone can see, June 12, 2025.
Okay. And do you know what this article was in response to?
I believe this was in response to our meeting with the ANC. I don't have it fully present in my mind right now, but it was saying that what happened in that meeting with the ANC.
Absolutely. Now, you stated that Mr. Yared was your business partner, and it looks like you guys are quoted in this article. What is this quote about? The highlighted quote that you should see on your screen right now.
Yared Betsade attended to the meeting with co-owner Samir Ragami, countered that this infraction was dropped by ABCA, and it looks like that we notified our neighborhood ANC3F that when they brought up the infraction, I personally was speaking to Ms. Guzman and let her know that these infraction has been dropped.
Indeed. And now I want to show you, going back to Exhibit 8. Could you read this last line right here that was also communicated by your business partner?
The last line that states Canna Arts Betsadas told Forest Hill Connection that the business is in the process of applying for an ABCA license.
And back, this was in
March 25th, 2024.
So does this predate the opening of the business?
March 25th, 2024, predates the opening of the business, correct. And as it's shown, we're not open on the picture, yes.
Indeed. I would, at this point in time, like to move into evidence applicants exhibits 8 and 9.
Mr. Mixon?
No objection.
Without objection, exhibit 8 and 9 is moved into evidence.
So after you were contacted by investigators in August of 2024, what steps did you take regarding your business operations?
We hired an architectural firm, a security firm, to lay out a security plan. We have learned the law, how to operate within the parameters that the ABCA and the city had put on. Identifying local cultivators that are licensed by ABCA. We pretty much, all our research has been extensive and all our focus has been extensive to open as a legal medical cannabis dispensary. So everything that we did from that point on was to operate within the parameters that the city had established.
And after August 2024, did you continue operating as a I-71 cannabis retailer?
No, sir, not all. After the infraction, we immediately stopped that model as we thought that it was okay, but it was not based on the visit that we received. And what we had with the operation right now is actually not under us. Some of our artists sold at the store, but is a Bold Alley offered to sub rent the space. So, and we agreed to that because we want to pay rent and all that. So no,
Okay.
the answer is not as an I-71, but Bold Alley took over as an art store and used the artifacts and stuff like that.
Okay. Now, where inside of the location do you guys plan to conduct the medical cannabis transactions inside of the store?
Well, per the city's regulations and our security, it's we have a second room all the way to the back of the store that would not be visible from the street or from anybody that enters, and that's where we so all transactions are private.
Okay. So I am showing another exhibit, applicant's exhibit number 3 on the screen. What is this a picture of?
That's a front bay window display, and on the right there is the entry, the doorway.
Okay. And this is exhibit number 4. Could you tell me what this picture is?
That is the Bold Alley, selling their stuff, the artifacts and the beautiful stuff they have.
And is this your front window that faces the street?
Correct, it is.
So this is what passersby and potential customers, this is what they've met with. This is what they see. This is the face of the business.
Yes, that's the face of the business that they see, that you can actually see to this day. Yes, in the present.
And what is this picture?
Well, that is from inside out. The reverse picture looks like, yes, the same picture we're taking from the inside out.
Okay. Try to shrink this a little bit. And now I'm showing you applicants exhibit 6. What are we looking at here?
Here we're looking at from that bay window inside the store, a picture all the way to the back where you can see our back door.
So is this the floor length of is this the length of the building or just the sideways?
No, it's the length from entryway all the way to the end.
Okay, and is this an accurate representation of the business today?
Yeah, it's exactly how it looks. That is the building, correct?
Was this the accurate representation of how the business looks 3 months ago?
3 months ago, yes, correct. Bold Alley was still there, yeah.
Indeed. Let me see, I got something moved out of place here. I have one more picture to show you. Get to it. So, based on this picture, under the medical regime, where would the cannabis transactions take place?
So the cannabis transaction will take place if you follow the ceiling all the way to the end. There's a break right there, and there's about 8-foot room in the back there. So correct. Where you pull in that sidebar, yeah, right there in the back there, that's where the cannabis transaction will take place. So we plan to have this front area as a waiting room and where people can sign up and everything, with the security at the door, not to allow anybody under 21, or as Mr. Peru stated, anybody over 18 and over with doctor's notice that allows them to purchase cannabis. And so that's the waiting room and the registration room, and no one is allowed to go in there without the proper identification, 21 and over, and without the registration through the ABCA.
Outstanding. All right, let me just handle this real quick. Working on getting one picture up that closed out. Give me 1 second. Court's indulgence. 1 second. All right, so perfect. All right. So now I'm showing you applicants exhibit 7. What area is this in comparison to the other pictures, especially the last picture? What area is this?
Well, there's that area that I talked about that has the divider where we will be conducting the sales. That is, it's like caved in. It's a complete different section of the store, all the way to the back, and where those where the chandeliers and the glasses and all that on that desk. That's where our retailers, our bud tenders will be to conduct the sales.
Absolutely. And I just want to confirm, is there cannabis in the building right now anywhere on the premises?
No. There's no cannabis in the building. No, sir.
At this point in time, I would like to move into evidence. Applicants exhibits 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7.
5. I don't recall 5. You did 5? What was exhibit 5?
Let me bring it back up. Maybe I am incorrect. Let's see. It should have been a picture of the interior.
Because I remember I wrote 3, 4, 6, and 7. I don't recall 5. So what is exhibit 5?
Absolutely. Do you want me to answer, or would you like Mr. Muhammad to answer?
I'm if you put is this exhibit 5?
Yes.
Mr. Mixon, we didn't have any testimony in exhibit 5. Is that correct? Or did I miss exhibit 5?
I don't recall, but we have no objections to any further testimony to lay foundation.
All right, fine. So, okay, so we can move exhibit 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 in evidence without okay. All right, go ahead, Mr. Whitley. So
Thank
3,
you.
4, 5, 6, and 7. Okay.
Thank you. So you're saying that the the transfers of the medical cannabis will take place in the back of the business. Is that correct? Is that what you said? I'm just
Yes, Mr. Whitley.
okay.
All the way to the back.
Okay. Now, from that location, would any of those transactions be visible to anyone on the street, including pedestrians or children walking by?
No, sir. Not from the street and not even in the store in the waiting area.
Now, what would be your policy regarding people that are allowed to enter your medical cannabis retail location?
Yeah, as I said, pretty straightforward. No one under 21 and no one, anybody from 18 to 21 with a doctor's notice, as Mr. Bruce stated.
And how will you address issues as far as cannabis consumption outside of the establishment or within the establishment?
No,
Will
within the
people be allowed to?
establishment, as law requires, you cannot consume. Outside of establishment, obviously the law says that you cannot consume. If for any reason anybody is consuming outside of the establishment, we would direct our security and staff to tell them to not consume in the street, and especially in front of our store that is a cannabis retail store.
Will you have any security protocols in place?
Yeah, absolutely, sir. Strict security protocols.
And what would those security protocols include?
Well, 100% ID check at the door, no matter of who it is, how they look, how old, and all that. We're then moving into the registration as the city requires, and once everybody has met all their standards, then they can go ahead into the purchasing area. This is just an overview, but we have some more internal stuff that it's internal policy as well.
Now, what area would you instruct your security to patrol, if any? Would it, for example, would it just be around the business itself? Would they patrol the entire block? What would you have your security?
Well,
what would be their territory?
Well, our perimeter and we can control, what we are allowed to control is definitely all inside of our business, into the waiting area and into the purchasing area. And obviously in front of our store, we have a patio there that is part of our perimeter that we pay rent for. So that part as well. And that is what we can control. As far as going further in the street and all that stuff, there's not much we can do about that. But we will, the securities are professionals, and if this is related to somebody smoking, we will, encourage them not to smoke or to move to their cars or their personal property, because it's illegal to smoke in the street in the federal district.
Did you or a representative for CanArt attend an advisory neighborhood commission 3F public meeting on July 15th, 2025?
Yes, I did, and my partner did. Correct.
Do you know whether that meeting was recorded?
Yes. I believe all the meetings are recorded from ANC 3F or other ANCs in the district.
And do you recall some of the parties? First, did you speak at that meeting?
Yeah, I did.
Do you recall some of the other parties that were present and spoke at that meeting?
Well, obviously the commissioners from the ANC that are also present today. There were some residents that spoke. They just wanted the clarification on what's going on, why this is such a big issue, and business owners as well across the street. And there was a council member as well that spoke in the end.
Outstanding. Now, I would like to direct your attention to your proposed hours of operation.
Yes.
So let me get that up. They were in the report by Mr. Parker, but I'm going to pull up applicants exhibit 1. Before I zoom in, do you recognize this picture?
Yeah.
And could you tell me what it is?
Yes, is the placard issued by ABCA, the regulatory agency of the city for cannabis and alcohol.
And where is this posted?
On the window, right on front, on the bottom right corner, I believe.
Window of what?
On our stores on 5008 Connecticut Avenue, kind of art. It's been posted with a dead timeline. You know, it's been posted as instructed from ABCA.
Okay. And so as I zoomed in, it says, what are your hours of retail sales open to the public?
Well, the hours that the ABCA allowed is 8 a.m. and on. We requested, because we heard these issues and all that from the neighborhood, so we requested 10 o'clock, but just to eliminate that school traffic, and we're willing to work with the neighborhood to go even to 11 a.m. We just want to work and get the stores open. So anyway, the hours that ABCA allows us are earlier, but we would like to take these issues as the ANC is presenting and open a little bit later.
And are you doing that voluntarily, or
Correct.
the ANC? Okay.
No, no agreement has come yet, but it's voluntarily, correct.
Are you aware of any complaints? So as you heard, Mr. Peru testified to complaints. Are you familiar with any complaints about your business?
No, my phone number and email address are also on that placard, and no one has complained to me, or I did not hear any complaints through ABCA. So no, I'm not aware of the 10 to 20 complaints that Mr. Brewer was referring to.
And is this your correct email address on the placard?
Yeah, and which is the same one that I logged in today, correct?
All right. At this point, applicant requests to move applicant's exhibit 1 into evidence.
There's no need to move the placard into evidence, so that's part of our records. That's what was, so we don't need to move that into evidence. Thank you. That's a placard in notice that that's fine.
So we're winding up. To your knowledge, Mr. Ragami, has the protestant or any expert on their behalf conducted any formal studies on specific impact proposed by your medical cannabis license?
No.
As the owner, what is your commitment to the board and to the community regarding the lawful and responsible operation of your business?
Well, as I repeatedly have tried to tell the ANC and everyone involved in this case, our commitment is to operate a clear, legal cannabis business that applies to the city rules within working with the ANC and the neighborhood. So, yeah, that's our commitment.
And so I know you're not operating right now and you're subleasing the space.
Yes.
Have you had any pedestrian traffic? Has there been any incidents regarding pedestrian traffic or vehicular traffic related to your store or your neighborhood?
No, I don't think to my knowledge, but talking to the business owners on our side of the street, there has not been any issues in anything like that, in the pedestrian traffic and stuff like that.
Do you plan to have any sidewalk signs or anything on the sidewalk that would impede traffic?
On a sidewalk, no. No.
No further questions at this time.
Mr. Mixon, any questions? You're on mute, Mr. Mixon.
Apologies. Yes, Mr. Chair, I intend to ask some questions.
Go ahead, sir.
Mr. Ogami, I'd like to refer back to the exhibit previously entered on the record as applicant's exhibit 11. With the board's indulgence, I will share my screen. And is applicant's exhibit 11 visible to you, Mr. Ogami?
Yes, is the same one that Mr. Whitley was showing, correct?
Yes, okay. And after the word ordered at the bottom of the page, what conclusion does it reach regarding the case?
Dismissal without prejudice.
Okay. Do you know what dismissal without prejudice means?
If you can explain it, sir, a little bit better, maybe I understand it. But I do.
Objection.
What's the nature of the objection? What's the nature of the objection? Well, I mean, all right. Why don't you? All right. Okay. Mr. Mixon, why don't you just rephrase the question? The bottom line is that it states that it's dismissed without prejudice. So, what does that mean to you, Mr. Aragami?
That the case was dismissed without going to a judgment. Is that correct, sir?
What is your understanding of what it means, sir? I think that's what Mr. Mixon is trying to get to you. To ask, what does that mean to you that it's dismissed without prejudice?
Meaning that I did not have to show to court or to have a hearing or anything like that. So it's dismissed without that, without my appearance. Is that correct, sir?
You're answering the question, sir. Go ahead, Mr. Mixon. I guess I didn't get. I thought I was trying to shorten it, but go ahead, Mr. Mixon.
No, that was quite helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So, Mr. Rami, would it be correct to say that there was no finding that no finding of liability, either that you were or were not liable with the action?
Objection calls for a legal conclusion.
Well, I'm going to overrule it. I mean, I think the bottom line is that, I mean, we have a matter. It was dismissed without prejudice. I know I'm an attorney. I know what it means. Okay, Mr. Mixon knows what it means, and you, Mr. Whitley, knows what it means. And so I think we're just trying to figure out, this is from the witness's perspective. From the witness's perspective, it's your business. What does it mean? I mean, if I think that's where we're getting to.
Yes, sir.
You had it. There's an infraction.
Correct.
An order was issued. It says it was dismissed without prejudice. Okay. As an attorney, I know what that means. All the attorneys know what it means. As a layperson, sir, what does that mean to you? And I think that's.
I just responded to that, sir. That to my understanding, I'm not an attorney. When a case is dismissed, is dismissed. We did not receive any further notices to appear or anything like that. So for me, when I read dismissed, a case is dismissed. Now, the word without prejudice, it's a little new to me at the time, and you guys know what it means. Apparently, I don't know, but I thought that it was dismissed without without me appearing, or without any evidence, or without it was just dismissed without taking anything in consideration. It was just dismissed.
Do you have another question, Mr. Mixon?
Yes. Mr. Agami, was there a period of time relevant to this DLCP action 2024 DLCP 0069 in which your business operated without an appropriate business license?
No, sir.
Was there a period of time in which you operated without a certificate of occupancy?
No, sir.
Okay. Mr. Agami, in earlier in your testimony, I understand that there was discussion of artists operating in the space. Is that correct? The space of the premises.
Yes, Bold Alley, correct, sir.
Okay. And to what extent do these artists have control of the space?
As right now, sir, they have full control of the space within to our parameters on the contract that we set together.
And will that contract extend into the period in which, should you receive a license during your license operations?
Yeah, we have a mutual agreement that when we receive a license as a cannabis store, well, we still have to follow certain things regarding the zoning and all that, but they will give us the space back. This was just a transitionary period for us to cover some of our overhead expenses and allow them that are neighborhood based to showcase their artifacts and used goods and stuff like that.
So they will not have, they wouldn't be performing operations such as security during license operations?
Bold Alley, no, sir.
Have you ever been the operator or owner, otherwise involved in the operations of a other cannabis establishment within the district?
Well, I'm a very well informed on the planter. I'm a grower myself. Since the Initiative 71 came up, I followed it to the T and learned how to grow cannabis and all that. And well, may I repeat the question again, sir? What was my involvement again?
Have you ever owned or operated other cannabis businesses in the district?
Yeah, I have, sir. Yes, within to the partnership, but I was part of a partnership. Correct.
Can you name any of those other businesses?
I think it's irrelevant to the case, sir.
Mr. Origami, that is not
Yes,
your
sir.
call, sir. If your attorney has a problem, he needs to object. If your attorney doesn't object,
Okay.
sir, you answer the question, sir.
Okay. So, sir, what would you like to know again?
Just what are the names of other businesses you've operated in the district?
The business that I was part of the management is called Giving.
Objection relevance.
Speaks to fitness and compliance with DC Code Title VII.
It's not related to the applicant.
I'm going to overrule the objection. The witness can answer the question.
So to answer your question, Mr. Cameron, there was a partnership that I was into as a manager of a like you said, a cannabis a facility, but that cannabis facility does not exist today. And also in that establishment, we have done anything that we could to follow all the rules and regulations that were presented by the city.
Was that establishment ever the subject of any ABCA investigation or enforcement action?
Yeah, correct, sir. Same exactly as what happened here in this case happened there. But again, like that partnership is dissolved and all that. But that's why I don't know why you're bringing that up.
When you say the same thing, would it be fair to say that was?
It was exactly how this happened, to where a warning issue was issued, and then the establishment closed the doors.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Last point. No further questions.
Thank you.
All right, I have a question, Mr. Origami, because I'm
Yes,
going to
sir.
ask I'm going to ask the elephant in the room. So let's go back to exhibit 10. Why did DLCP issue? Why was that infraction issued, sir?
So the infraction, I was, and I'm still actually kind of like unclear why was it issued, because the infraction came from the Department of DLCP, and the infraction. I mean the agency of enforcement was ABCA. So
No. What was the infraction that was issued, sir? What was the infraction that was issued?
Okay, got it. The infraction that was issued is because Mr. Peru, during his investigation, concluded that we had cannabis products within the store, and our retail license did not allow that.
Okay, fine. All right. Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Meadows.
Yeah, first of all, Mr. Chairman, I wanted to point out, I find it kind of appalling that on exhibit number 11, that they spell Marion S. Berry
Well, Mr.
Berry, and it's Barry, Shefloff Berry. So I want to highlight that. I think it's the Office of Hearings really needs to make that correction. But to you, Mr. Shevlov, I want to know what the name of the business that you, at one point you said you were a co-partner of it, and then you said you were a manager of it. So which one was it, and what was the business?
A manager partner, sir. The name was Giving Tree.
Giving Tree. Okay.
Correct.
Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members? All right, Mr. Mixon, any questions based on the questions that were asked by the board?
No, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Whitley, any brief redirect? Mr. Whitley, any redirect, sir?
I was just reviewing my notes before I answered, Chairman. My apologies.
Okay.
So yes, I will actually ask a redirect based on the line of questioning. Mr. Ragami, Giving Tree, since that came up, did Giving Tree voluntarily close, or is it still in operation?
Correct, sir. Yeah.
And so is it a sublease like this situation, or is it completely shut down?
No.
What's the status?
Giving Tree was completely shut down because there was again very up in the air, but another establishment within 400 feet had applied for a medical license before my partner had. My partner had applied for the license, and he still holds the conditional license, but we had to move or completely shut down the building because we no longer fall into the perimeters of ABCA within that 400-foot rule. Later, I understand that business also moved, so just a mess.
But just to be clear, are you saying that, did Giving Tree get a conditional medical cannabis license?
Yes, Giving Tree got a conditional cannabis license. Yes, sir.
And does it still hold that conditional cannabis license?
Giving Tree still hold that conditional cannabis license, yes.
And has Giving Tree received any enforcement action? Like, has it received a summary closure, cease and desist?
No, none of that. So, as to answer your question, yes, it was a voluntary closure because as I said, because the city rules did not allow within 400 feet from another establishment, and it was chicken or the egg who applied first here in this situation.
And I don't know if you noticed anymore. Are they still looking to open up, or they just?
Mr. Whitley, where are we going with this now?
That was my final question, Chairman. I was just trying to establish, since Giving Tree got brought up, I was just trying to understand whether Giving Tree was compliant or not.
I don't know where we're going. I don't know why that's relevant here. I understand that it's out there. You want to clarify the record, but we don't need to ask 20 questions, sir, because it's not relevant for this hearing. I was just given some leeway for the parties, but I think we have heard enough regarding that. Any other questions you wish to ask, sir?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Ragami, thank you very much for your testimony today.
Thank you, Ms. Anderson, Mr. Whitley, and Mixon.
Mr. Whitley, do you have any other witnesses you wish to call?
No, Chairman.
Do you rest?
The applicant rests, yes, Chairman.
All right, fine. All right, Mr. Mixon, you wish to just You don't wish to call any witnesses today, sir? Since we do have some time, if you want to, or we could when we reconvene, then we can just have your entire case.
If possible, protestant would ask that it present its entire case in chief at the next available hearing date.
All right. So, how many witnesses do you have?
3, maybe 4.
4. We were. I haven't been given a date as yet by our legal office. That we were tentatively thinking about next week, but there's another protest here, and so I'm not sure if that's. Let me ask you a question. Would the parties be available on the 8th? If October 8th, this would be tentative. Are the parties available October 8th?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, fine. All right. So we will our legal office will provide we'll work with the parties to find a date. Hopefully it's a Wednesday. If not, if you're unable to find a Wednesday within a short period of time, because by law we're supposed to issue a decision because it's a new license within 75 days. Well, within a period of time. But we will work with the parties to try to reschedule this matter as soon as possible. Hold on. All right, so yeah, we were trying to do October 8th, but since you're not available, we will try to look at the schedule to see, and so it won't be October 8th. The board is on recess the following week. So the earliest, and I don't know what the calendar looks like, because I said before, the board's going to be on recess October 8th. So the earliest that this matter can be reconvened is the 22nd, and I don't know if that's an available date. So I just want to put that out to the parties. But the legal office will connect with the parties and find a mutual date that we can have the 4 witnesses to testify. Okay. Thank you for your presentation today. As I said before, the legal office will get back to you, and we'll continue this hearing for a different date. I apologize to the parties. So I mean, we started late because our morning calendar stretched towards the afternoon, and not because of the government shutdown, but because of some other. Today's the first day of the fiscal year, so we have some other issues. That's why there was a hard stop for our hearing today. Okay, so I want to thank the parties again for their presentation, and we will see you when the hearing has at the date to reconvene this hearing. Okay, with that said, let me adjourn for the day. So the parties can sign off if you want to. Just the board members can stay, so we can. I'll get some dates for us to adjourn. All right. All right. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage and Cannabis Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with Title III, Chapter 405, Office of Open Government, I move that the ABC Board hold a closed meeting on October 8th for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the board's investigative agenda, legal agenda, and licensing agenda for October 8th, as published in the DC Register on October 3rd. Is there a second?
Grant, I second the motion.
Mr. Grant, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Grant.
Mr. Grant, I agree.
Ms. Quinn.
And I agree.
Mr. Meadows.
Mr. Meadows, I agree.
Mr. Jones.
Mr. Jones, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As the motion has passed 5-0, I hereby give notice that ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on electronic calendar and ABCA's website, and published in the DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're now adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in our hearings today, and also especially thank our board members for their attention and participation in our hearings today. We're now adjourned. I ask all board members to return to executive session for further development. Good afternoon. Thank you.